Can we please stand? I'm going to ask if everyone would just take a moment of silence and remember Mrs. Pendleton and her brother. So we're going to take about 1 minute, 30 seconds, and then we'll go to the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Again, good evening. We want to thank our guests in the audience as well as our guests that are watching the live stream. At this time, I'd like to introduce my guests at the dais. I have Mr. Carl Persis, representing District 4, who's joining us virtually.
Yes, I'm here.
Mr. Ruben Colon, representing District 5, to my far left. Next to Mr. Colon, I have Mr. Ted Doran, the school board attorney. To my far right, I have our agency clerk, Mrs. Erin Lieben. Next to Mrs. Lieben, I have Ms. Jamie Haynes, representing District 1. Next to Mrs. Haynes, I have Mrs. Linda Cuthbert, representing District 3, and our school board vice chairman. Next to Mrs. Cuthbert, I have Dr. Carmen Bagabin, our superintendent. And I'm Ida Wright, the chairman for this year, representing District 2. Items for approval on this agenda are items 1.03, 3.01, 5.02, 16.01, 18.01 through 18.03. For times on the consent, public participation times were for items on the consent agenda, 6:30 for items of general interest pertaining to public education in Volusia County. A total of 15 minutes will be provided for the public comment at this time. Time will be provided for public comment at the end, at any action item before the board casts its vote. Time will be provided at the end of the meeting for public comments of items of general interest. Moving to item 1.02, district vision statement. Each board member is allowed to provide comments, but before we do that, I would like to yield to Dr. Bagabin. Dr. Bagabin.
Thank you, Madam Chair, board members, and esteemed guests tonight. I would like to take a few moments to acknowledge and honor an employee that served at Sugar Mill Elementary. Her name was Shyla Pennington. As we all know, she passed away this past weekend. And while I did not know her personally, the loss of a dedicated employee who has served us for over 20 years is truly felt by all of us. So I want to let you know that I've personally spoken to the family, I've spoken to Mom, and being the mother myself of a daughter, I can only imagine the pain that family is going through. So I want to ask each and every one of you tonight to please keep the family in your prayers, as we all are. And I want the Pennington family to know that we're here for them. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Bagabin. Mr. Colon, any comments? Any public announcements as far as the vision statement? You don't have to.
I'll pass on that.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Haynes? No? Ms. Cuthbert?
Out of respect for the Pennington family, I decline. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Persis?
I don't have any comments, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. And I too want to give my sympathy to the Pennington family. Mrs. Ford, which is my sister, had a really close working relationship with her. So I got a chance this weekend to experience firsthand that to see the pain and the interaction with the family, because she had worked with Mrs. Pendington for approximately 8 or 9 years at various schools. So I didn't know her, but through Mrs. Ford, I got to learn a lot about her and her son and her family. So thank you. Moving down to item 1.03, approval of the minutes for the July 21st, 2020 special virtual session. I entertain a motion.
Madam Chair, I move that we accept the minutes
Second,
of, what's the date?
July 21st.
Yes, July 21st, 2020. Thank you, Mr. Close.
Second.
Thank you. The motion has been properly moved and second. Any other discussion? Hearing none. I'll start. We have Mr. Persis on the phone, so we'll take I'll do roll call. Mr. Ruben Cologne,
Yay.
Yay.
Ms. Linda Cuthbert,
Yes.
and Ida Wright, yay. I have one question. Do we not have minutes from our last meeting? Not, okay, thank you. Doctor, we'll move on down to item 2.01, the agenda. Are there any agenda changes, or has anyone requested an agenda change?
Yes, Madam Chair. We have a few changes to the agenda tonight. The first is that we have added the consent agenda item 7.04. 7.04 is the 2020-2021 District Uniform Assessment Calendar, and this item has a cutoff date of October 1st. So it needs to be included in today's agenda in order to be submitted to the state on time. The second is that we have added 3 administrative appointments to item 16.01 under Human Resources Update. And the third is that we have added item 17.04, which is a district update for you tonight. I wanted to take a moment to provide an update on a few subjects that came up last week to keep the board informed.
Thank you. Colleagues, are there any other changes to the agenda? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve agenda as presented with edits.
Second.
The motion has been properly moved and second. Any other discussion? Hearing none. Mr. Ruben Cologne,
Yay.
Ms. Jamie Haynes,
Yay.
Mr. Carl Persis,
Yay.
Ms. Linda Cuthbert,
Yes.
and Ida Wright, yes. Thank you. Moving down to item 3.01, Resolution 2020-31. Superintendent Bagman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to call Ms. Kelly Amy. She's our Manager of Strategic Partnerships, and Ms. Cassidy Denslow, our Resource Development Manager for United Way of Volusia County / Flagler Counties.
Good evening, Madam Chair, school board members, and Dr. Balgobin. It is a great pleasure to be here this evening to bring this resolution to you, recognizing our partnership and the great work that United Way does in our community. And we're so happy to have Cassidy Denslow here, who's going to speak a few minutes about the United Way and our involvement.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you so much for having me today here to speak and for going through the United Way resolution, along with your continuous support throughout the years from United Way. I myself am actually a third generation Volusia County, kindergarten all the way through high school, and third generation specifically to graduate from Seabreeze High School. I graduated in 2015. My mom was a class of 88, and my grandmother and her twin sister were the class of 66. So this is my home, and these are my roots. For United Way, your campaign last year, you pledged to raise $55,000 for our community. That's incredible. United Way has the ability to create a 3.92 return on investment for every dollar that is donated. So your donations went back into our community at $216,000 in impact. This allowed for the opportunity for your donations to prepare 83 children to enter kindergarten ready to succeed, to provide 197 individuals with a case manager to develop a clear path towards success with financial and social goals and to provide affordable and quality behavioral health services to 69 families and individuals in need. Now that's impact. United Way doesn't stop there. Not only are we the fundraisers, but we are also the hand raisers. And during the times of COVID-19, we have helped support 22 nonprofits in our community who serve in food assistance, child care assistance, paying for utilities, rent and mortgage, mental health services, and case management. And this is all due to our community who helped us raise $150,000 in relief effort. Since COVID-19, we all know this year is going to be different. I don't have to reiterate that to you working in the Volusia County school system, but it's going to be different. Since the start of COVID-19, our 211 call for help lines has increased by 200%. Our community needs resources more than ever. So fundraising, it's going to be tough, it's going to be different, but we are not going to stop until these people receive the resources that they need. Our mission at United Way is to increase the organized capacity of our community to care for its people. More than ever, we need to care, we need to support, and we need to help. And we cannot do this without you, the Volusia County school system. You see these parents, you see these kids, the grandparents that drop off their kids, they trust you, they know you, and you are our best advocates. So if you cannot give, we please ask you to advocate. Spread the word about what United Way is doing in our community and how we help. If you cannot advocate, please volunteer. Every Tuesday we have a packing event at the Ocean Center that needs hands. We need people to deliver Meals on Wheels and so much more. So again, we couldn't do all this without your support. So I thank you for having me here today. Please let me know if you have any questions, and I hope that you do consider the United Way campaign for 2020, because I know the funds you raise will make an amazing impact in the year to come. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, Madam Chair, I recommend approval of Resolution 2020-2031 recognizing United Way of Volusia Flagler counties.
You've heard the superintendent recommendation. Is there a motion?
Madam Chair, I move that we approve the resolution 2020-31, which recognizes the United Way of Volusia County and Flagler counties for the United Way.
I second that.
The motion has been properly moved by Mrs. Linda Cuthbert, second by Ms. Jamie Haynes. Is there any other discussion?
Madam Chair?
Sure.
I just want to say thank you for coming tonight. It's lovely to see you.
Thank you.
And even though my district is southeast Volusia County, I want to applaud you for coming and representing Seabreeze High School.
Thank you so much. And go Sand Crabs.
Thank you. Any other comments? Mr. Persis?
Yes.
Any comment?
Okay.
Okay, thank you. I'll call for the vote. Mr. Ruben Colon?
Yay.
Ms. Jamie Haynes?
Yay.
Mr. Carl Persis?
Yay.
Ms. Linda Cuthbert?
Yes.
And Ida Wright, yes. And the vote passes unanimously. Thank you and congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
It's great seeing you. Do we have any cards of public participation for the consent agenda?
I don't believe there were any.
Okay, thank you. Madam Superintendent, was there a request to remove any item from the consent agenda?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Colleagues, do you have anything you would like to remove from the consent agenda?
I'd like to question.
Sure, go right ahead.
I'd like to question 7.04, which is the district uniform assessment calendar.
Okay. So you want us to pull that item?
Yeah, I would just like maybe a question answered about it, if that's possible.
So you want to go ahead and see if we can get it answered now? Do you want me to pull it?
Yeah, I can get an answer.
Okay,
now.
go ahead.
That'd be fine. I noticed the state of Florida has changed and extended a lot of the deadlines, but Volusia County has not. I wondered why.
Is it something you're referencing in particular?
Well, any of them. For example, the biology, civics, U.S. history, just that's what third one listed. It's gone from September, it's been crossed out from October 2nd, and districts have until November 20th, but we still have it extended till October 23rd. I just wondered
Gotcha.
why we didn't go along with what the state suggested, to give schools a little more flexibility.
Superintendent
and time to
Bagabin?
prepare.
Yes, ma'am. I have Ms. Castori here from REA. Mr. West, can we get her? Thank you.
It's quick.
Thank you.
Evening. Good evening. I apologize. We were in transition. Would you restate the question?
Oh, yes. I was looking at the statewide assessment calendar, and I noticed that the state window is extended a lot of times into November and even 1 or 2 into December. But the district window was not extended. For example, even the FSA Algebra 1 and Geometry EOC assessments, originally the state wanted October, but has extended it to November 20th. But we are still in, our extension is to October 23rd. Is there a reason?
Yes, our testing specialist, Charlene Sozio, met in conjunction with all of the secondary testing coordinators for their input when this extension was made. And it was fairly unanimous amongst the testing coordinators that they would like to stick with the timeline to proceed with originally planned. And from there, within that timeline, it was a school-based decision as to where within that timeline they would like to assess. So it is still a much wider window than what we've had. And again, within the schools determining where within that window they test.
Okay, now did those testing coordinators talk to the teachers who have to give the tests?
I do not know the answer to that. I do know they spoke with administration, but I don't know if they got the teachers' input, because I believe that was done early on in the school year. That decision was made.
Okay, so you're saying there's enough time to get the schedules set, to find the students who have to be tested, put the students in proper rooms for social distancing, and change bell schedules. Everybody is able to do that. Now, if those testing coordinators come up and say, we thought we could do it, but we can't, are we allowed to extend beyond that to the state date?
Yes, the state window is still the extension. So that is our district guideline, but we do still have until the state window closes to provide those assessments. So if someone were to come back and say that we thought this was going to work, we can provide that extension. So far, we've heard all good things from schools as far as everything going, but we do have that extension possible if we choose to utilize it.
Okay, Ms. Kestry, is it possible you could keep track or at least contact them maybe in a week or two, October 1st, to see if everything's on schedule? Because in COVID days, we really don't know what's going to come up. I would appreciate you contacting those test coordinators so that they can go back to their teachers to make sure everything is all set and everything's ready to go, that they feel comfortable with it, and that school campuses are able to change all those schedules.
Absolutely. I'd be happy to provide you with an update as early as next week on where schools are in their testing.
That would be fabulous. Thank you so very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Haynes.
So my question is also about testing, and since Mrs. Kestry is here, is it okay if I go ahead and ask it? Okay, so my question is about all the students now enrolled in VOL. So I understand past practice, when we had a smaller number of students enrolled in VOL, they would basically put in testing tickets and assign those students back to their zone school for testing. So where's that putting us at right now? Because, with basically almost, between 8,000 and 9,000 students in full-time enrollment and then several thousand in part-time enrollment, how are we sending those kids back into school? I mean, just the realistic thought of sending that number of students back to their schools, because let's just talk about flickers right now. You know, kindergarten flickers needs to be administered. I have administered that test. That is not a test that you can administer to a large group of students at one time. So there's almost 4,000 elementary kids right now in VOL, and there's a large portion of kindergartners. So sending those kindergartners onto a campus where they have never been, they don't know anybody, and I thought the whole idea was for the parents to sign them up for VOL to kind of keep them off of campus. I just need to understand, have we sat down and thought this through and looked at any other options or choices? And I did talk to Dr. Balgobin, and I even gave her like a few like suggestions or ideas of other ways to look at this, because I feel that this is a burden not only on whoever's trying to schedule it, okay? But I feel it's a burden on our teachers and our staff that are at school doing brick and mortar or doing live, to then have to figure out how they're going to test large numbers of kids coming in. And just, you know, have we looked at the safety of this?
Yes, that's an absolutely valid point. And yes, we have kind of looked at multiple different perspectives. And of course, when we're talking kindergarten flickers versus high school FSA, it looks a little different. However, we've worked with schools to determine a plan that works best for them. The schools, in conjunction with the testing coordinators at VOL, are working closely on providing that information for families. So for example, at one school, they may have allocated a small room off of the front office for the students to come in and test and then leave. Again, it looks a little different for flickers, which is a 20-minute assessment. The parent might wait in the front office than it does for a multiple-hour assessment at the secondary level. But they have accommodated those students, and one of the things that has been communicated with parents is that it's really up to them to decide if they want to bring their kids in. If they're not comfortable, then they don't have to, but we certainly want them to understand that they have the same opportunity to come in and take that assessment as other students do that are physically in the schools.
Okay, because, you know, we've already started testing, and it's one thing for the people that are already on campus, because we pushed the start of the year back to be testing, because we were already into that window. Because I kind of had a similar question as Mrs. Cuthbert. You know, if the state extended our window, why aren't we kind of spreading it out? I don't want to add additional stress and burden onto people that are already working hard to try to figure out what they need to do. And what happens sometimes is we make these decisions at this level, but we're not the person on the ground level that's having to administer these tests or have 60 kids come on campus to take it and figure out where we're putting them. And we may not even know the kids. I can tell you right now, they don't know the kindergartners that have to come in. They've never met them. And you know, that's a frightening experience also for a 5-year-old to be dropped off to take a test to someone that they don't know. So and you know what, it's one of those things that I think until we got here, nobody stopped to think about. And so I'm just looking forward, because there's going to be testing all year long. I think we need to really talk to the people that are having to administer the test, make space for the test, scheduling the test, you know, on VOL's side, even on the live side, and the face-to-face, and hear from them what will work. I just don't think we need to be making the decisions without their input, or just, you know, giving them lip service or whatever. So I think we need to look into that, and that's just my thought on it, because I was a testing coordinator for 9 years. It's a tough job, and I can't imagine trying to schedule all of these kids walking in the door that aren't even on your roster. So.
Thank you. I appreciate that, and I think, like I mentioned, following Ms. Cuthbert providing her some additional information, I can provide that as well, looking for maybe some alternatives. I know there's been a lot of communication about what that looks like for VOL and for live students, and we're happy to continue that discussion as we get further into the year.
And my final thing is, so I understand they had to have decided by last Friday if they were taking flickers or not. if they were in one of those other programs, and if they didn't, they missed the deadline. I'm not sure that we really gave them a big enough window to make that decision. And so I've kind of heard that some have missed the deadline.
I will look into that. I have not heard about that deadline, but obviously the testing window is coming up shortly. But it could be, again, discussing with schools about being flexible in that deadline. You know, again, from the coordinating standpoint, knowing what you should expect to come in and have a space provided, but we can work with schools to ensure that they are flexible with those deadlines.
Right, thank you.
Mr. Cologne?
So there are some lanes I'm comfortable with, and there are other lanes that I'm not. And the alphabet soup of all this testing and acronyms and all that is not something I am very familiar with. I'm a little disheartened because I actually got a message that I didn't know what it meant until today, where it says, next week we are slated to administer a writing prompt, 60 minutes in 3rd grade and 120 minutes in 4th and 5th grade. These kids have not been in school for 5 months, and we want them to sit 2 hours for a writing test. We haven't even had the opportunity to teach them how to do process writing, because that's not where the curriculum starts. And so to hear that best efforts, everybody's doing their best, I'm not saying we're not, but to hear that the folks who are actually having to administer this test may not have been, and I'm not saying that they weren't because we don't know what each testing coordinator did. I can tell you that this is their reality. They're not comfortable because with all the uncertainty in the rosters, which is out of our control, this is something that has come with COVID. You know, having live kids, no live kids, this, that, and the other. I don't know that I know my son for sure, with all these distractions, would not be able to sit and concentrate for a test right now. It would, just knowing my own son, that would throw him for a loop every day. So you wouldn't get that. So, you know, I don't know what that extending the window could look like, but I would trust that every teacher knows their students, and if they are at least at the aptitude to take that test, because, you know, and I've heard this with VOL already, and it was something I was scared of, was VOL starts where you're supposed to be, not where you left off. And so a lot of families are struggling because of that, and there's not really much we can do for them. However, for the students that are brick and mortar in our classrooms, we could listen to the teacher and say, hey, these kids aren't ready for this yet. And I don't know how that materializes in the actual, you know, can you do one class and not the other? I don't know how that looks, but I think it's something we need to look at because, again, this is not a normal year, and the dates are not gonna, you know, I think cookie cutter dates won't be good for a classroom that had live students until last week, and they decide, you know, somebody might have chosen they wanted to do both, realized it was too difficult, reverted back in good will and nature, and now that person has got to catch those kids up. And so that's number one, and I don't even want to think what it's going to look like to bring, you know, 9,000 kids back for testing. I mean, I've already, and I'll say this out loud, you know, I've already heard parents say, we're opting out. We don't want our kids in the school building at all. And having my own son who went to do his FSA, had computer issues, couldn't log on, they had to replace the computer 3 times. We didn't find out until after. You know, they say they gave him enough time. He said he was totally discombobulated, which is my son. You know, it just threw him for a loop. And so I just, again, that message didn't mean anything, or excuse me, take that back. Didn't mean a whole lot to me until you said that, because I think we do need to be sensitive, because our teachers know we want our kids to perform their best. Mm-hmm. And if they're not there yet, they're just not there yet. And if we have between now and the end of November, then let's take advantage of that time to get a real baseline. So that's just a thought. Like I said, it's not a criticism, just something that we really just have to be really sensitive to, because the kids want to do well too. And if they haven't gotten the content, how could we, you know, again, a child underperforms, not because they didn't know the content, but because it has never been presented.
Yes, and I'm not certain that I know exactly which test you're referring to, but I believe what you are referring to is assessments that are being given right now are baseline assessments. And right now that's happening, we might also call them a diagnostic. And those are happening in multiple subject areas, and that's always important to a teacher to have that information at the beginning of the school year, to know where that student is to start that instruction. But this year, it is especially important because where our students left last spring, we know that there's a summer slide. So it's really important to measure, if that's what we're talking about, where the students are at that baseline level so the teachers have that information of where to instruct them. This year, teachers are struggling more than ever to know where the students' levels are. So this type of information, although it is early in the year, it provides very important data for teachers to know where that student is to provide the best instruction at their level.
And I think the key to that is at their level, and so if they're not at that level, then, you can give me a test, I'll mark C on everything just to see if I can get a 70% marking what I think is best, but it doesn't necessarily mean that I know the content. And I think that, the teacher wants their children to do well, even if it's going to take a few extra weeks to undo 5 months of what in some cases was little to no education, which we've never encountered that before. And so I just think that being sensitive to that again, and a classroom teacher, and I'll speak anecdotally because I've never been a teacher. A classroom teacher knows her kids more so when they're ready to take that than anybody else would right now, because it's just the changing is so drastic and it's so much right now. I mean, we're not even combobulated yet, even though we've done, I think, a great job, but that's just a thought. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Persis?
No comment, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Dr. Go ahead.
Before you end, I just want to share something.
Go ahead.
Okay, so two things we will do, and I want to clarify something when it comes to assessments. There's two types of assessments that we look at. One is formative and one is summative. A formative assessment is to really, it's not to evaluate a student, but to really look and pinpoint what are the areas of strength and what are the opportunities for growth. Because part of the instructional process and the instructional coursework for the year is for the teachers to design lessons that will craft and meet the needs to take that student from one level to the next and the next and the next, that developmental process. So that writing assessment that we're talking about, it's a formative, it's the craft instruction, it's not summative. When you're looking at an assessment, maybe like the FSA assessment, something at the end of the year, that's a summative assessment. That is to evaluate the learning that has occurred throughout the entire year and where the student is at. So one thing that I will say is that because we now know that we have an extension to the assessment that's been given to us from the state, and I know that we've asked the testing coordinators for their input and their opinion, but I agree with Ms. Cuthberg and Ms. Haynes and Mr. Colon. We can go back and let them know that this is the extension that's been given to us, and if they can really collaborate with those teams and get their input. So if we need to make an adjustment, we will.
So not to belabor, but now, what you're referencing, are you talking about Volusia Wright's assessment?
I have no idea.
Is that,
It's a benchmark writing assessment that we do at the beginning of the year to see where students
so
are.
for fourth and third and fourth graders, correct?
And fifth grade.
Third,
Yeah.
fourth, fifth, and middle school? Okay. So would teachers be able, well, they probably couldn't re-administer that in about 2 weeks, could they? Would that cause the test that they just completed to be null and void?
Not necessarily, but what those are for middle school is they're diagnostic, so they're not for a grade in the grade book. They're diagnostic for informational. So could they redo it? Yes, they could redo it too. However, the English language arts teachers right now are probably cringing when I say that they would have to regrade those, and that's really labor intensive.
But there are other assessments that are done.
No,
throughout.
I'm just, Well, because it's diagnostic, that's mean a little difference as well.
Yes.
Okay, any other comments on item 7.01, correct?
7.04.
Anything else, Ms. Cuthbert?
No. No, ma'am, thank you
Okay,
very much.
all righty. I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda as printed.
I make a motion that we approve the consent agenda as it has been presented this evening.
I second.
The motion has been properly made by Ms. Jamie Haynes, second by Ms. Linda Cuthbert. Any other discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. Mr. Ruben Colon?
Yay.
Ms. Jamie Haynes?
Yay.
Mr. Carl Persis?
Yay.
Ms. Linda Cuthbert?
Yes.
And Ida Wright, yes. Thank you, and the vote passes unanimously. Thank you, ladies.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kestry.
We'll move on to item 16.01, Human Resource Update.
Yes, Madam Chair. Today I have 3 administrative appointments. The first, I'm recommending Danielle Leffler as Assistant Principal of Data for Volusia Online Learning. Ms. Leffler is currently the Assistant Principal of Curriculum at Mainland High, and her effective date is September 23rd.
Okay, you've heard the superintendent's recommendation.
Madam Chair, I move that we allow the transfer of Ms. Leffler from AP at Mainland to AP of Data, correct? At Volusia Online Learning.
I second that.
The motion has been properly moved by Ms. Linda Cuthbert, second by Ms. Jamie Haynes. Any other discussion?
Congratulations to her.
Well, I'm not gonna say congratulations. I am gonna be a little selfish.
How about congratulations to Ms. Peterson?
No, congratulations to Ms. Leffler and Ms. Peters. But at this late date, it creates a void at another school. And so
I'm
then my
sure-
question.
I'm sure the superintendent has.
I'm sure she does. I'm sure she does. I'm not denying that. All of you get a chance to say what you want. I'm just speaking that it causes a void, and in secondary, when we're trying to reorganize schedules, that's not fair to a secondary school. And you're right, especially because it's mine. But I'm just being, secondary when we're trying to change schedules. But, okay, any other discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. Mr. Ruben Colon,
Yay.
Ms. Jamie Haynes,
Yay.
Mr. Carl Persis,
Yay.
Ms. Linda Cuthbert,
Yes.
and Ida Wright, yay. The vote passes unanimously. Dr. Baggerman?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our second appointment, I'm recommending Melissa Shaw as the Assistant Principal for Volusia Online Learning. Ms. Shaw is currently a project manager for federal programs. Her effective date will also be September 23rd.
Okay. You've heard the superintendent's recommendation. I entertain a motion.
I make the motion that we have Melissa Shaw become the Assistant Principal for Volusia Online Learning.
I second.
The motion has been made by Ms. Jamie Haynes, second by Ms. Linda Cuthbert. Any other discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. Mr. Ruben Colon,
Yay.
Ms. Jamie Haynes,
Yay.
Mr. Carl Persis,
Yay.
Ms. Linda Cuthbert,
Oh, yes.
and Ida Wright. Yay.
Can we now
The
say
motion has
congratulations?
passed unanimously. Superintendent Baggerman, next
Yes.
recommendation?
Yes, ma'am, I have a third. And my third recommendation, Ms. Cuthbert, you wanted to say something?
Oh, no, ma'am. I interrupted the chair.
Oh, I didn't hear.
I
No,
guess
she
I
didn't.
just wanted to congratulate Ms. Shaw.
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead. I didn't hear you. Go ahead, Ms. Cuthbert.
Melissa Shaw, I've had the great pleasure of knowing her for a long time. She has been an advocate for Volusia PTA, Volusia County Council PTA. And so she's not only very good at her job, but she's also very good for Volusia County because of all the volunteerism that she has done. She has, much like Ms. Leffler, a genuine love for kids and a terrific sense of humor. So I want to congratulate
Okay.
her.
All right, thank you.
Thank you,
Superintendent
Madam
Baker?
Chair. Thank you. Our third recommendation, Madam Chair, is Christina Wiseman, and I'm recommending Christina Wiseman as Assistant Principal for middle school, for the middle school component of Volusia Online Learning. Ms. Wiseman is currently a teacher at David C. Hinson Middle School, and her effective date is September 23rd.
Okay, you heard the superintendent's recommendation. I entertain a motion.
I make a motion that we accept Ms. Wiseman for middle school. VOL. Carl seconds.
And thank you. The motion was made by Mr. Ruben Colon, second by Mr. Carl Persis. Any other discussion? I say the same thing here. Again, secondary is where we are making some major changes, and when you pull key people away at this time, that's my only concern. Not saying that they could not, especially if that is something they desire. It just makes it a little more tough for those schools. Yes, go ahead, Mr. Colon.
And so I just want to make a comment, and this is our last one, is I want to say thank you to all three of the folks that have hit the ground running with their roller skates, with nitro jet packs as they go down the roller coaster and back up and fly off the slide, and because they have certainly stepped in at a time where we needed them most and our students needed them most. So congratulations to all three, and that's my comment. Thank you.
Any other comments?
I also want to congratulate all three, but I also want to congratulate all three, but I want to make it, I want to clarify something. At least two of the three have been over there since before school started assisting, and Ms. Wiseman was in a teacher role, and she's moved back into the assistant principal, so that actually is not necessarily hurting Hinson.
Okay.
And I believe Ms. Leffler's been over there for at least 3 weeks also helping. So it's not like we just pulled them today or tomorrow to do this. So I also want to thank the three of them because they hit the ground running and they've been assisting to get everything going for all of those 9,000 plus students.
Thank you. Any other comments? And again, I'm happy for them. I still, I hear what you're saying, but Ms. Shaw actually is probably the only non-instructional person that did not have the greatest impact on the area as the other two on a school. But I do, I congratulate them. We definitely need the help in Volusia Online, so I'm not downplaying that because we definitely need the help. Any other comments? Okay. I'll call for the vote. Mr. Ruben Colon?
Yay.
Ms. Jamie Haynes?
Yay.
Mr. Carl Persis?
Yay.
Ms. Linda Cuthbert?
Yes.
And Ida Wright, yes. Thank you, and the vote, it's approved unanimously, the motion. I'm gonna move back up to 14.01, announcements. Dr. Baggerman?
Yes, Madam Chair, we have two announcements this evening. The next school board workshop session will be Tuesday, October 13th at 10 a.m. in the morning. And our next October 13th at 3:30 p.m.
Thank you. Moving down to 17.01, first item.
Number 16.
That's what I did, 16.01.
Yes, we did 16.01, but he was also giving a update.
Oh, call them up. Call them up.
Madam Chair, Madam Chair, under 16.01, I would also like to call up Mr. West, our Chief of Human Resources, and he is going to provide us tonight with a human resource update.
Oh boy, I don't know what I'm doing here. Can you help me pull up the PowerPoint, please? Good afternoon, thank you. I'd like to pull up a real quick PowerPoint. Let's see if it's here. Task force. Right here? Got it. Thank you. And just do the slideshow. Yeah, you do it. Thank you. Perfect. Awesome. So, thank you for this opportunity to share the Human Resources Update. Today's update will be focused on what we have done to manage the human capital in our district, including the allocations of our resources to make sure that the needs of our students are met. In order to accurately determine the needs of our schools, the first thing that we as a district have examined is the student enrollment in our district. These numbers represent the student enrollment on day 11 of this school year. Although we normally review our student enrollment numbers after the 9th day, this year we tracked student enrollment every day, and we continue to do that. When we met as a committee last Wednesday, we wanted to use the most up-to-date information, and we're able to use that most recent data. This is significant this year because it was the day after Labor Day and showed that the numbers have continued to rise since the start of the school year. At this point in time, you will notice that compared to the projected number of students enrolled, there's a total overall loss of almost 3,000 students. This is consistent with what is being seen across the state in regards to losses in the enrollment of students. So you'll also notice that the numbers in VOL have increased significantly from last year. Our numbers last year in full-time VOL was less than 150 and now has increased to 8,670. This means over 11,000 students less than projected actually reported to our school sites. As a committee, when we met, we used this slide to help drive our work. This is our reality this year. Our task as a committee was to tackle this reality, which led to a philosophical conversation. And the discussion that we had to have had to include that we as a district have had to stay financially responsible while ensuring we fill the needs of our students, parents, and community. In addition to being as generous as possible for social distancing when we look at the unit allocations, we also had to consider the fluidity of the models, providing the option between brick and mortar and Volusia Live. Hence the need to consider grace and compassion while providing a safe environment for our students. This slide actually shows the timeline of events that are captured here. Notice that it starts with the action that we took on July 31st in implementing the freeze on all new hires. This was a proactive measure that we took to save positions for our current employees, anticipating that we would have a possibility of losses based on lower student enrollments. We've been monitoring daily student enrollment, vacancies, and certification areas of need so that we would eliminate as many surprises as possible. You'll notice that the next box there, September 16th, the class size allocation committee met with the intent to adjust allocations based on the reduction in enrollment at the school sites. As we considered each school's allocations, we didn't just use a formula to determine the reductions, as we normally do, but we did an in-depth review of each school, drilling down to the actual individual classrooms. It took us 2 days to review core, non-core, ESE, and CTE units for each school. On September the 18th, we met with each principal individually to review current student enrollment, staffing recommendations from the committee, and the timeline for displacements. This meeting with each principal was followed up with an email with specific directions and guidelines for the displacement process. September 22nd, which is today, is the day that principals are to submit their plans for the unit adjustments and displacements. Principals have been working with HR and teaching and learning to make changes in their master schedules and to determine vacancies or displacements based on the adjustments to be made. The HR team are going to review those changes in the submissions and confirm them by tomorrow, so that by September the 23rd, that is tomorrow, principals will notify teachers that are to be displaced, and teachers will be given a survey to determine placement preferences. HR will review those surveys, take into consideration certification, school level, geographic region, and their choices of where they would like to be placed. Teachers and principals affected will be notified by HR on Friday, September the 25th. We're going to send notifications of placement to the receiving and sending schools and follow the same procedure that we have in the past. Sending schools will notify the teacher of their new placement. The sending principal will send an email to the receiving principal letting them know that the teacher has been notified, and the receiving principal will send a welcome email to the teacher and work out a transfer date. Teachers can contractually be given up to 10 days. However, we're encouraging everyone to make the change as soon as possible for a smooth transition. We've been working with the VIEW, and the VIEW has acknowledged this, and so we're looking at each case to see how quickly we can move those. On September the 28th, we will lift the freeze in areas in which no displaced teachers remain. This is the survey that we are actually sending to our displaced teachers, and it asks for their area of certification, the geographic location, the preference for which grade level, and their first, second, and third choices of vacancies that we may have. This next slide is very important. It's actually the culminating slide of what units are looking like currently and where we've come. This is the list of total units that have been reduced by level and the vacancies before the actual displacement process. Notice that our net losses versus the vacancies, they're actually pretty close. That means we anticipate that our displaced teachers will be able to fill the vacancies that we currently have. And that's good news for our employees and good news for our students who may have had substitutes in those vacancies up to this point. Also want to mention here that we were strategic in starting our hiring process earlier this year in the spring, so that we could recruit new teachers more effectively. Even though we had to put a freeze on hiring July the 31st, we were able to get those teachers in earlier and retain them for the start of the year. The good news is, once again, we should not have to lay off any teachers that were newly hired, where I know a number of districts are around the state. Also, you'll notice that when Volusia Online numbers jumped drastically, we had to add 386 allocations to VOL to handle the high volume of enrollments there. Instead of hiring from outside, we took those teachers from our current school sites, which makes up for the large number of vacancies that we started the school year with. But this process is going to allow us to reconcile the adjustments that we had to make for VOL. The entire hiring process, which actually started in May, really has been a balance of not overstaffing our schools and at the same time not understaffing our schools. We recognize that human capital not only costs about 80% of our budget, but it's also the most valuable commodity that our school district has in our teachers and their talents. What's next for us is to complete the displacement process and to recruit for what vacancies will remain and recruit for what subs we potentially have. Participating, or excuse me, our recruitment for vacancies and subs is that involves participating in our Volusia County virtual job fair for the next 4 weeks. We started that last week. It's being advertised on 6 radio stations and includes recruiting for secondary teachers at all level, in all areas, ESE teachers, substitutes, and bus drivers and attendants. We've kept a list of all of our applicants that have applied since our hiring freeze that went on with a variety of certifications, and we'll be reaching out to them. We have another top schools job fair that's coming up in October through Education Week, and that actually is a nationwide search that we will be doing. We use the Knows.career platform, that's K-N-O-W, by the way, Know Careers platform, we utilized in our spring job fair as well. And we're advertising our vacancies through our Handshake account, which connects historically black colleges and universities and Hispanic Association of Colleges. The numbers I've shared with you tonight at a first glance are rather daunting. However, we've methodically followed a process that involved proactive planning, daily monitoring of enrollments and vacancies. We've used a balanced approach and worked collaboratively with the leadership at the district and site-based level to ensure that we're providing our employees, students, and community what they need to successfully open the schools. So at this time, that concludes our PowerPoint slide and update for human resources. Thank you.
Any questions, colleague? Go ahead, Mr. Kalon.
Mr. West, I have a question for you and the
Yes, sir.
superintendent. In the past, we've had instances where we've been in situations like this per se, where a school may have their trustee substitute teacher who they want to keep in where they've agreed to keep them. Are we giving priority to our teachers? And is there a way for the district to see on our side where those vacancies are, where our teachers need to be, and in classes that, you know, and again, I'm not speaking of those subs that were previously certified. I know that's the situation in some few cases where we may have a certified or a teacher in there. But I want to make sure that we have safeguards in place that will ensure that those positions are first taken by our displaced employees and not kept kind of under the cover for our trustee substitute teachers. So I want to make sure we have those safeguards in place.
Yes, sir, we actually do. That's part of the process that we're going through today when we receive the allocation adjustments from the principals. And what that's going to create for us is a list of displaced teachers. And in working with the VIEW as well, as we always have, of course, we're going to follow contractual guidelines and make sure that those displaced teachers not just are given priority, those displaced teachers will be placed first. Okay.
So what would happen if a school didn't say, I have a math vacancy because they have their trustee sub there? Is there, I mean, we've lived this before, and so I want to make sure that we are covering this to ensure that if we have someone who, let's say, is, you know, teaching, you know, 5th grade but loves math and always wanted to be a math teacher and could be a math teacher, that person is given that priority rather than the position was never brought forth as a vacancy, at which point we never fill it. Mm-hmm. And we have our trustee sub filling it.
Right. So I will say that our HR representatives have drilled down and actually gotten the staffing allocation reports for each one of their schools. And they've reviewed each one of those with the principals. That's been part of the process that we go through this week. And as soon as we get that displaced list, once again, we confirm vacancies. And subs show up as our vacancies on our list. You may have a trustee sub that's in that position, but it's going to show up as a vacancy. So that means that if we have a displaced teacher, that displaced teacher has the preference to actually go in there before that sub.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Go ahead, Ms. Cuthbert.
Good evening, Mr. West.
Good evening, Ms. Cuthbert.
When a coach, an academic coach, for example, at an elementary level, is put into the classroom, does that show up as a vacancy? or are we going to continue that academic coach in the classroom or allow that coach to be back as an academic coach and try to hire for that vacancy?
So thank you for asking that question, because I didn't actually address it here because that's not actually part of the displacement process. But I do know that a number of principals have used, and rightly so, because we've had a number of vacancies at the beginning of the year, ask their academic coach to temporarily fill in for vacancies until this displacement process has taken place. So what we're looking is that as soon as this displacement process is completed, those displaced teachers will be placed in those vacancies, and the academic coach will be released to go back and do what their job roles and responsibilities are. So does that answer your question, or are you talking about specifically moving them permanently into a teaching position? Because
Well,
that's not the intent, so.
Well, I just want to make sure that the academic coach who accepted that position is
Yes.
able to go back, especially academic coaches, when we need to assess our students so much to address what loss they have had since March. And I do
Agreed.
know we have district personnel in the classroom as well. Will they
Yes,
be
ma'am.
able to go back to their jobs?
Yes, they will. That's that next step on the displacement process. So hopefully, as soon as we can get those teachers, the displaced teachers into those positions, those folks can be released to go back and do their, I'm going to call them normal duties, or those duties in which they've not been able to do up to this point. Thank you.
And I noticed our next meeting is 10/13, so all of this will have taken place by then?
Yes,
Would you
ma'am,
be
and
able to
everyone,
give us an update?
yes, ma'am, and
Okay.
everyone will be at their new sites. Thank you.
Oh, because you know, we're all going to be calling our principals to see if their units have been met.
Yes,
Okay, I'm just letting you know,
Oh,
because
we've-
I'll be calling mine.
and they've been calling us.
Thank you very much. for
Thank
doing
you,
this.
thank you.
Any
Thank
other
you very much.
questions? Mr. Persis, any questions from you? Okay, hearing none. Thank you, Mr. West.
Thank you.
It is now 6:30. We'll go with public participation. Is there another card? I have one. No? Okay. Miss Elizabeth Abbott. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, Dr. Balgobin, members of the audience. Before I begin, I would just like to share an observation and perhaps submit a polite request, if I might. I noticed that when the agenda was originally posted, there were very few supporting documents there for the action items and the presentations. You know, as a teacher, we count on planning and count on being prepared, so I was just perhaps requesting that those be made available in a more timely manner so that we can be more informed as we prepare for our board meetings. But now I'd like to state that we are very pleased with the outcome of the impasse hearing. That was some arduous work on Thursday and Friday rather. And we're looking forward to receiving the resolution so that we can move forward to ratification. So just wanted to touch base on that one. Also looking forward to the ongoing progress of separating face-to-face and Volusia Live. And would you believe that I was actually invited to a meeting at a high school where we sat down and we actually took a look at that. So not just talking the talk, but actually trying to walk the walk. And so what I found with some people in the room who were much smarter than I am and much better prepared at looking at master schedules was that this can actually be done. It can actually be done, but you have to think creatively. And what we found after a few hours of looking at it and talking about different scenarios and ways to work this was that it's very difficult if you think through the lens of your individual school. So I think there is a lot of value in separating Volusia Live and making almost an academy or a cohort unto itself and building your schedule based on the students who are enrolled in brick and mortar first, and then seeing where you can fit the rest of them in. Now, I'm just an outsider making that suggestion from the observations and the ability that I had to participate at a very small level. And I know we've talked about a regional Volusia Live process, and I know there were some concerns about allocations and how we would code for funding and a few other things, but we've reached out for guidance, and when we obtain that officially, we will share that with the district, because we know that this is how it's being done in other districts. So we want to build on that success from impasse. But as we work towards collapsing some of those units and shifting things around, I want to also focus on CDC guidelines. As I look around the boardroom tonight, I see that we've got a lot of saran wrap in here to afford the 6 feet social distancing. And I want to make sure that we afford that same consideration to our folks in the classrooms. Our students and our teachers deserve those, that ability as well. And I want to end by asking that we are seeking greater transparency and accuracy with the dashboard, sharing that information. Being mindful of HIPAA and FERPA, of course, leads to the ability to be informed. You know, silence and inaccurate data leads to suspicion, and nobody wants that. So all we're asking for is an honest accounting of what's occurring in our schools, nothing more, nothing less. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving down to item 17.01, Project Oversight Committee. Annual report, Dr. Balgobin.
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you very much. At this time, I would like to call Ms. Deb Muller. Ms. Deb Muller, as you all know, is our Chief Financial Officer, and our Project Oversight Committee member, Mr. Jim Mather.
Good evening. I'm just pulling this up. I'll be with you in 1 minute. All right. Good morning. Good afternoon. Good evening.
Good evening. Yes.
Madam Chair, board members, and Dr. Balgobin. Before I go any further, I'd just like to focus on this slide here, because I think it has 2 beautiful, outstanding pictures that represent the work that is being done with our half-cent sales tax monies. Chisholm on the left, Chisholm Elementary School, which was completed this past year, as well as George Marks Elementary School, and I just think they're gorgeous pictures, and so I think that's a good way to start our presentation. I do have with me tonight Mr. Jim Mather, and he is a member of our Project Oversight Committee, a very committed, outstanding member, as well as the other members that we have on the committee. The half-cent referendum was approved back in August 26th of 2014, so nearly more than 6 years ago, and it's effective January 1st, 2017, and this is the 3rd complete year that we have been reporting on it, and we have the Project Oversight Committee, which was established to provide the oversight on the progress, provide the status and completion of the half-cent projects funded by the sales surtax. And by the referendum, the committee has to report to the board on the status on an annual basis. And as I mentioned, Mr. Mather is here. We also have several other members of the committee. One that I'd just like to stand up because he is back here is Jacob Lammers. He's in the back. And we have Mitch Ayton as well. I don't know if anybody else snuck in. But again, I would just like to thank all of them for the tireless work that they do. You know, it's great when we review the plans and walk through schools, these beautiful new schools that are built or renovated, but they also do the tough work on a regular basis, reviewing, you know, our plans and what we are in the middle of, and asking questions to keep us all accountable. And that's on their own time, and we really do appreciate that. I'd just like to thank as well Sandy Bishop, who has made an appearance recently that you know, Mr. Ben Flowers with Community Bank, as well as Greg Ubensky from Infinisys, and then myself serve on the committee. These are our regular meetings that we had scheduled throughout last year, and this report is through June 30th of 2020, just as a reminder. So this is our schedule from July 1st of 2019 through June 30th of 2020. As far as the sales tax revenue, bond proceeds, and expenditures, this slide represents, on the left, all of the sales tax revenue we've collected as well as the bond proceeds. You'll see in fiscal year 17 that it was $61.5 million, and that included the first bond that you authorized in the amount of $40 million. And then fiscal year 20 also included the COPS lease of $100 million. So that results in obviously more than just the sales tax revenue for that year. You can also see that the last 2 years we did have much better revenue on our interest, and part of that, of course, is due to the economy in fiscal year 19 and fiscal year 20 because of investments once we borrowed the $100 million. And our project expenditures have increased accordingly with our borrowings and the increased collections. And then you can see our debt service, which we had the $40 million bond debt service for the first 3 years, and then in fiscal year 20 began paying on the $100 million bond. As far as sales tax revenues, we have consistently collected more than what we have budgeted. This year, we did collect over what we had budgeted, although it was somewhat of a surprise to us because we really anticipated, due to the decrease in revenues from COVID, that we may come in under. But fortunately, we collected 4.98% over our budget. But compared to last year, where we collected 7.36% over our budget. So we did see somewhat of a decline, but not a huge amount. And just talking about some of the renovations, replacement schools, and things like that we have done. Attached is the project oversight report, which outlines the projects in detail. The first major area is security, and we've provided security enhancements for all schools and buses. Cameras and cipher locks and electronic locking systems are in progress. The fencing is still in progress, but the majority of that has been completed, and they're just addressing callbacks to sites. Impact-resistant window laminate is in progress. We've addressed a ridership verification and accountability system for transportation. And we've also completed the school visitor management system, Raptor. And to date, we've spent $4.7 million in security. As far as technology, 64% of the spending for technology has been to purchase student computers. 18% has been utilized for infrastructure expansion, and 6% has purchased teacher computers. Looking at our new and replacement schools, of course, we had Pearson that was completed, but Chisholm and George Marks Elementary both opened this year. Phase 1 for Chisholm was completed in September of 2019, and then Phase 2 opened in July of 2020. And the total spent to date as of June 30th on Chisholm was $19.4 million. And on George Marks, we've spent $12.4 million as of June 30th. Deltona Middle School was demoed and site work began May 2020, and to date we've spent $6 million on that project. We've also completed some athletics and physical education projects. We've spent $4.5 million on those schools. Under the specific and significant renovations, Westside Elementary had $2 million allocated to from sales tax funds for the project. It was multi-phase and multi-funded, but Half Cent did fund 6% of that budget. To date, we spent $656,000 on that project. Other significant projects, DeLand Middle School, upgrading HVAC, ceiling, and lighting, $1.4 million. High schools, Atlantic High School had HVAC replacement, ceiling and lighting, electric service upgrade, roof replacement, auditorium renovations, window replacement, complete media center retrofit, and that the amount spent there is $4.3 million to date. Pine Ridge High School also is a significant cost from a Half Cent sales tax perspective. We've spent $8 million there on the HVAC replacement, again, ceiling and lighting, electric service, roof replacement, technology lab, conversion, and culinary lab. Seabreeze High School, that has a new chiller plant, exterior door replacement, completed window and door replacements in buildings 7 through 11, and completed media center retrofit, $1.1 million. As well as DeLand High School had a media center retrofit and began HVAC upgrades. The other significant investment that's been made from Half Cent sales tax are our two large systems that we use district-wide, the ERP system and our student information system. So including the annual licensing fees that we pay, we've spent $11.5 million on the implementation and ongoing fees for the ERP, and $2.5 million on the student information system. We've also paid debt service on the sales tax bonds and the COPS issues that I mentioned for a total of $32 million. And so our total project expenditures for the last fiscal year through June 30th, 2020 is $168 million. We also have external influences that we've included in our report. Clearly, the COVID-19 pandemic has impacted our sales tax revenue. It did not, fortunately, impact our schedule. I think we had a couple of things that happened in the very beginning where we were required to shut down the job sites, but that was very minor. And so, we were pleasantly surprised when we did receive our June payments, and our sales tax was higher than anticipated. The other things we've had regarding state legislation is that we had the cost per student station We've had a report that was issued by DOE in conjunction with EDR, and that addressed the cost per student station and removed the penalties if you exceed the cost per student station, which was an important issue previously to this legislation. There was a real restriction on districts, and many districts stopped building because of this restriction. So this was an important piece of legislation, and it also, any projects that are funded by the lease purchase agreements, which are our COPS, do not have to meet the cost per student station at all. So that was a huge piece of legislation. We also have Alyssa's Law, or Senate Bill 70, which was passed during 2020 and is effective for this school year, which requires districts to have mobile panic alert systems district-wide. And so we did, the initial cost for that implementation are $240,000. As far as the costs of construction, I know that Jim probably knows a lot more about the costs of construction than I do, but as far as the district, we have not negotiated any recent contracts for our labor burden, and the national average is 60 to 65% of projects. The material costs do seem to have leveled off over the past year, as indicated by the favorable bids that we have received. And just a couple of examples, the gross maximum price for West Side Phase 1 was almost $8 million as compared, or for Phase 2 as compared to Phase 1, which was $8.4 million. So we did see some savings there. And when we built Chisholm Elementary, the gross maximum price was $20.8 million as compared to $19.4 million for George Marks, which was a 6.5% decrease. And the only other thing that we really haven't talked about recently are charter school applications. That hasn't substantially affected our enrollment and requiring us to look at our buildings and where our students are located from that perspective. Obviously, any new charter schools that open would have affected, could possibly have affected our enrollment, causing shifts, and that would be something that we would bring to the committee as well to look at and discuss and we have done that previously with them. I'd just like to turn it over to Jim and see if there's any other comments that he would like to make regarding any of the expenditures or external influences.
No, I don't have any additional comments. Mrs. Mueller did a phenomenal job. I just want to thank them. Ms. Mueller and the facilities staff has done a tremendous job over the last year, over the last 3.5 years, assisting us and making information available, and the staff is priceless.
Thank you. Colleagues, do you have any questions? Go ahead, Mr. Colon.
So I was looking at the very first slide, and I want to thank the Project Oversight Committee for all the work you've done. Just think of all the children for generations to come that you all have done something to impact those. So again, thank you. Another thing I thought about was looking at slide 7, where you talked about the replacement schools, technology, external influences, renovations, and security. In 2014, none of these things were what they are today. The replacement schools, we know Terry T wasn't on there. Terry T's coming. Technology, who knew we'd have to get so many computers and infrastructure to be able to get us to this point where we could serve our students during a time of COVID. Renovations, security. Security wasn't even, that was probably, an add-on to, in 2014. We're now in 2020, there's legislation and it's taken priority. So I just want to thank you all for the work that you do and the time that you've put in, the seriousness that you put into this. for those students for generations to come, because your assistance in helping us be responsible is definitely going to be felt in their lives and whatever they grow up to become. So thank you. That's it.
Thank you. Colleagues, any comments, questions?
Yeah, I'd like to comment.
Thank you, Mr. Persis. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you say Mr. Persis.
That's okay.
Oh, okay. Mr. Mather, thank you and your committee, all of you three gentlemen, and I know probably Sandy's listening online. Thank you for your service to our school district. When I was chair a couple of years ago and I sat with I guess the mayor's roundtable, when the county was trying to decide whether or not they would do a half-cent sales tax, Mr. Russell and I sat very smugly on the sidelines while they were discussing how to handle the half-cent sales tax. And we would look at each other knowingly and say, nobody asked us. None of the mayors asked us how we did it, and it was all because of you all. They recognized the fact that we were very successful, but we couldn't have done it. No way could we have done it without your assistance, with your input and your time. I mean, especially today when all of you have very demanding schedules. I think the gift of time is probably one of the best gifts that we can ask of our citizens. So thank you very much, and it is a pleasure for me to serve on the selection committee because I get to see firsthand all the architects and the construction management companies who apply for these positions. And it's just not the rebuilding of the schools, it's all the renovations as well. And so it's nice to see us build again. As what Sarah Lee Morrissey said a couple of years ago, we went a very long time without any corrections and the worry of whether or not we could, I guess, renew this 15-year agreement with our county. And so not only do we thank you, but on behalf of all the taxpayers in our county who all donate, because how else can we really manage? Because we certainly don't get the funding from the state. So I thank you, sir, and all of you. Thank you for coming tonight. Notice we put you kind of closer to the beginning of the presentations. So we thank you for your service, and it's a great pleasure to work with you. Very much. Thank you.
Ms. Haynes, you're welcome.
I just want to also reiterate by saying thank you, because each of you volunteer. So this is something that you do to look at what's best for our kids, and we appreciate it, and I know that the families and the students appreciate it, and there's nothing greater than to see the smiles on students' faces when they walk into either a newly renovated area, such as a media center at some of our middle and high schools, or the faces of the kids at George Marks and Pearson and Chisholm when they walked into a brand new building, which had bright colors and beautiful classrooms. And I'm telling you, the murals on the wall at George Marks are just, they're eye-popping, and it makes you want to go in there and sit in that space also. So I want to thank all of you, because what you're doing and volunteering of your time to ensure that this money is used in the appropriate way and the transparency that you have, it's the best thing for our kids. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr.
Can I add one more thing?
Go right ahead.
And I also want to say, you put everything into place for our county to work. So part of this, we wouldn't be such good stewards if it weren't for our facilities department and the hard work of Mr. Brown, Mr. Johnson, and all of his project managers, Mr. Aiken and his crew, because you created jobs for our facilities, and we got to build. And you're in the building business. And when you can build and see something created, something that's going to stay for a minimum of 15 years, it's such a testament to say, to look back and go, we did this together. It's a wonderful partnership. So thank you on behalf of our facilities department.
you have a great facility staff in place as well. They do a phenomenal job, and we see the work they do, and they're excellent.
It's good. Go
I'd
right
like to
ahead.
add one final thing. I was out at Southwestern Middle School to see the renovations of the media center, and I learned something new. And probably there's other people here that know it that I don't. But there was a new term used, and it had to do with the carpet pieces that are put down, and it's called they have to bloom. And so I've never heard the term bloom used with carpet pieces, but that's how it was explained, that if we just give it a little bit of time, it's gonna bloom and it'll all just like then, you know, mesh together and there won't be any little lines between it. So I'm looking forward to seeing in about a month or so if this carpet has bloomed, because it's something I'd never heard of before. So maybe you guys have, or maybe our facilities has, but it was something new that I didn't know.
Thank you. And I too want to thank our staff for a great job. I know we've had you running back and forth, looking at the budget and looking at technology and adding a school or removing a school. So thank you for being so patient. And to our volunteers, we couldn't do this without you. We really do appreciate you and your time. Thank all three of you for coming. I know if COVID was not here, Sandy would be here front and center. So I know she's listening, so hello, Sandy. Anything you'd like to add?
Absolutely, sir. Thank you to you and your entire team. I think you are a testament to what has been said here tonight, that it really takes a village to raise a child. So thank you so very much for all the hours that you put in, because it's making a difference. And like I said, some of the renovations that's been done so far, you can see our students are absolutely excited, but not just the students, I'll tell you the entire staff. You make a community happy when you transform schools. So thank you again.
Thank you all for your recognition. I know that the staff, or I'm sorry, the other committee members we work with would appreciate that as well. Thank you very much.
And they will get to do a field trip in October, so they get to tour George Mark, so that'll be really exciting for them.
Thank you.
Thank you. 17, Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Policy 503, mandatory face coverings. For this policy, I would like to call Mr. Kevin Pendley, who is our general counsel, and he will be providing us tonight with some information and an opportunity for discussion regarding the status of policy 503. Thank you, Mr. Pendley.
Thank you, Dr. Balgobin, Madam Chair, members of the board. As you know, back in July, we adopted policy 503 on an emergency basis in response to the COVID pandemic and the recommendations of the Centers for Disease Control to have face coverings as part of our measures to address that situation. So that was adopted in July as an emergency rule under Chapter 120 of the Florida statutes. Pursuant to Chapter 120, the emergency rule can only be in effect for 90 days. That 90-day period will expire on November the 2nd, with the requirements for adopting a permanent policy to be noticed and published for 28 days, and then the board to act on that. It's necessary to bring this policy back tonight for your consideration to make it a permanent policy. So that is the purpose of tonight's presentation, is to get the board's direction as to its pleasure concerning adoption of 503 on a permanent basis, so that we can move forward to make that an action item at the October 27th meeting, if that is your choice.
Thank you. Superintendent Balgobin, is there a recommendation?
Yes, Madam Chair.
No, this is a presentation.
No, this is just a presentation,
Okay.
sorry.
Any questions, colleagues, comments? Go right ahead, Ms. Cuthbert.
Good evening, Mr. Pendley. I noticed on the last page of your PowerPoint, E, under discipline, you stated that a student's willful refusal to comply with the terms of this policy will be addressed consistent with the student code of conduct. Would you be able to add where in the student code of conduct that is posted? That way there's no like a parent can say, well, I thought it was on this page, an administrator says it's on another page, a student says it's on another page. Could you reference where in the student conduct that is, so everyone knows specifically what that, I guess, what that discipline item would be?
Thank you, Ms. Cuthbert. Yes, we'd be happy to make that amendment to the final.
Okay, and then when we get to the student code of conduct, could you point that out to us when we get to that presentation?
Certainly.
Where it is, because it's coming up. We have to approve the student code of conduct. Just if you could, just let me know where it is in there.
I believe what's coming up is the amendments to policies 208.
Oh, so it's just the amendments?
Yes, so this is not an entire review of student code of conduct. I don't know off the top of my head exactly which page of the secondary and elementary student code of conduct this would fall. I will have to do some research on that and see.
Okay.
I wouldn't be able to answer that tonight.
Okay, would you, just so we are prepared for any phone calls that we may receive, when you are able to complete that, could you send us information on that so we can be able to quote that on the student code of conduct?
Certainly.
In our emails with our public?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you, sir, very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Mr. Persis?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just had a question on the exceptions. Item C, number 2A, says that face covering would not be required for any person inside, outside, while maintaining social distancing, including in strenuous physical activity. Seems like I'm getting inconsistent reports from physical education programs. Seems like some physical education teachers are requiring the students to wear a mask when they walk to take a lap, if you will. Others perhaps aren't. I think we need to be consistent on that. So to me, walking is not strenuous physical activity. But I don't know why some PE teachers feel they have to have the children wear when they're walking. The other issue I believe is going to be forthcoming, and that will be regarding recess in elementary schools. Noted in Orange County, the city, they've opened up all their parks again and all the recreational public places for children to play on equipment and so forth. So I just think we need to make sure that the teachers understand what it is that the district is expecting.
Okay. Mr. Penley?
I would envision, Madam Chair, adding some amending language there that identifies exactly what strenuous physical activity to include walking, running, jogging, that sort of thing. As I recall from our discussions back in July, the main concern was the heat. I believe Ms. Haynes was concerned about having students out in the weather doing pretty much anything because of the Florida humidity and the heat. I don't recall us having discussions that it was to be a limiting factor, but to be something that was discretionary at the time so that students would not have to wear their mask during that time. But I'm certainly happy to add any amending language there to clarify that point for the gentleman.
Go ahead, Mr. Clown.
And so just to piggyback off of that, there's also been some questions that have come up whether the activity is outside or inside. And so, some folks have required the kids to wear the mask because they're inside. So again, I think that making that clarification will be helpful just to bring clarity to everyone. Another thing I wanted to say is, you know, we allowed face shields as an alternative or as can be worn as a substitute. However, the science says that face shields are not as effective as face masks are. And so it almost feels irresponsible to not have a statement in here that says, though, you know, face masks are ideal, face shields will be allowed under circumstances or as a substitute. Because I would hate to think, not that anybody is reading these policies, however, it would really bring that cloth face covering is preferred, and that the face shield is an alternative when that face mask cannot be used. Because the reality is that the way we have it here sort of has it interchangeably, when in reality the face shields are a substitute to the child being able to wear a mask. You know, and that's based on science, not, and so, you know, one of the reasons I didn't hone in on that the last time, it's because, you know, we didn't know what this was going to be like. And the reality is that issues that I thought were going to be issues were not issues. You know, wearing a mask is socially acceptable. It's socially unacceptable to be around folks without a mask. However, I do acknowledge that there are situations where a mask can't be worn and a face shield can, and I think that also would assist us in, you know, decreasing as many 504 meetings as we have to do just by creating the alternative there, but, you know, also pointing out that it is not a like, and I think the CDC's got quite a bit of guidance on that. And, you know, for me, a face shield is a mitigating factor. It's something that is better than nothing. And so I think, you know, it goes along, you know, I'd rather have them wear a face shield than not wear anything. But I think, again, there's science on that. And then the clarity, and the same thing with Ms. Cuthbert, and I'm not going to go on about this, is the discipline part. This is very wide open, and I'm going to leave that right there, because I've said a lot on that the last time, so thank you.
Okay. Ms. Haynes, anything?
Okay, so if we're going to change some things, then I think we should pull directly from the CDC guidance, where it does state that if an individual, because if we remember, this policy is not just for students, it's also for, you know, adults on campus. But it states, and I'm thinking of right now my multi-VE kids, that if an individual cannot put the mask on or remove it themselves, then they should not have to be required to have it on. Because it says in the CDC guidelines, if they can't take it off, then someone should not have put it on them. Because that would mean if they're struggling with breathing and they don't have the ability to remove it, then we're putting them in a harmful situation.
Great.
And to reiterate on what Mr. Colon said about the face shields, when we brought up the face shields, it was not just for the students that could not wear a mask. It was also that in certain situations, and a lot of these are at the elementary level, when students are receiving speech therapy, it's very difficult if their face is hidden behind a mask or the speech pathologist's face is hidden behind a mask to work on the therapies that they need, because they can't see how that person's mouth is moving, what you're doing with your tongue, your teeth, because that's part of what you do when you're teaching those speech and language skills. And it was also for even our teachers that are in pre-K, kindergarten, and first, that are also trying to teach kids how to sound out words, and they need to see the face. So it's not just, you know, for that. So I don't want to do something there where then all of a sudden a kindergarten teacher thinks that when they're working with students on sounding out words, or the speech pathologist thinks that they're not going to be able to use the face shield for that purpose, because that's what a lot of them are using it for. And to tell you the truth, other than the PE and the outside recess, and yes, you know, my big thing from day one is the heat and the humidity out there. And just a week ago, when Schoolway Cafe, we were all out at 6-something in the morning at River Springs Middle, and I can say this personally for myself, not for everybody else that was with me, but by the time we were finished there, which was close to 7:30, you could have taken my mask and just run the water out of it just from wearing it out there. And I wasn't running, but we were handing out food, but the heat, and it made it very difficult to breathe by the time we were finished that morning. So, you know, the biggest issue we've had from parents is that kids are still being told they have to wear them outdoors during PE and recess. We just still have some issues there. But other than that, the biggest issue is the emails I get are adults telling on other adults. I mean, so when we start talking about, when we go back, like Mrs. Cuthbert said, about how we're disciplining kids, most of my emails, other than I said, the ones where parents were concerned about kids running, and then they get phone calls about come pick your child up because they're not feeling well. Well, they're not feeling well because they just spent 30 or 45 minutes outside with a mask on, but the rest is adults telling on adults. I mean, I just keep getting all kinds of emails about adults telling on adults. And so I don't know how we solve that piece, but I mean, that's what I get a lot of emails on.
If I may, Madam Chair,
Sure.
going back to Mr. Cologne's comments, the original version of this emergency rule did include the prefatory language about, although not ideal, the face shield is not as effective, that sort of thing. That language was stricken, and we went with the direction to use it as an alternative. The questions that I'm seeing more are whether you have to use the face shield in conjunction with a mask. So I'm happy to hear the board's direction on amending that, if that's what you want to do, or give those directions tonight. But that was a consideration at the time. We elected to go with the more directive and simple, it's an alternative to. We could include that language. We could include language that the cloth face covering of the covering type B1 is preferred, if you wanted to put that language in. But that's kind of how that all shook out. You had the cloth face covering, then the commercially produced surgical paper mask, and then the face shield. And we could make that an order if you wanted to. Going back to Ms. Haynes' comments on the exceptions for students who were unable to wear a mask or unable to remove the mask, that's in the policy as an exception, C2E, that speaks to is unable to remove the mask without assistance. Again, it's hard to include all of the common sense type analysis that goes into how you implement this on a day-to-day basis, but we could certainly add language along those lines.
Well, and my thought was just if we lifted straight out the statement that the CDC has on that, you know, we don't have to write our own language. Because they have a sentence in there that basically says if the individual cannot put the mask on or remove it themselves, then they should not, you know, somebody shouldn't be putting it on them and then leaving it on them. I don't know if Ms. Rowland or Mrs. Hazel are available, but I had a question earlier last week about like the number of quarantines that we were having, because when Ms. Boswell originally presented to us with the health department, she talked about, you know, unless they were close together and they weren't wearing their mask or whatever for 15 minutes or longer, then we would not be considered for them to be quarantined. And so I had some questions about, well, we've got situations though where we're quarantining a larger group of people. And so I spoke with Ms. Hazel about it, and she told me that, you know, according to what them talking to Ms. Boswell, that the guidance had changed, like it just like changed based on what we were told. So I did call her, and I spoke with her and Ben, who's her top epidemiologist. And so I said to them, I need you, and so I don't want to just say it tonight, and if I get it wrong, I want you guys to correct it, or you to say, you know, that that's the same guidance that she gave you, because I know that's what the two of you are working on. But what they both told me on the telephone is that the reason why they may quarantine an entire class, even though those students are all wearing a mask, they're all distanced, they're behind some type of partitions because there's different ones out there, and then one student may test positive, and they may already be at home when more than likely they're already at home when they get the results, and then they're sending the whole class home. And I said, well, how is that really happening? Because I thought the whole reason behind the seating arrangements and all this, and this is exactly what both of them told me, these don't work. They said to me that the masks were not a protection, so that's why they were erring on the side of caution and being very conservative and sending the whole group home. And if I'm wrong in that, please correct me, because I called Ms. Hazel to say, what are we doing? And that's what she told me, and not that I didn't trust you, Ms. Hazel, but I called and asked the health department myself. And so I said, well, if these aren't doing any good, then what are we doing? And so then they went back and forth with, well, if the child coughs, it's kind of keeping their germs in the mask. But I said, then why, if they're keeping my germs in, why would Miss Lieben have to be quarantined then? If she's wearing her mask, I'm wearing mine, we're not hanging out for this. And they just said, well, because they don't necessarily always work. So is that true, what both of you heard? Because, when we start talking about, well, these don't work either, well, the health department's told me these don't work.
CDC guidelines would send out some new guidelines about a week and a half ago. And in those guidelines, it's now saying that if a child is around a positive person for 15 minutes or longer, masked or unmasked, they must be quarantined. So that is what the CDC guidelines changed to about 2 weeks, a week and a half to 2 weeks ago. So I'm not sure if they're saying that masks don't matter, but that is what, we got a flow chart from them. And at the bottom in the small print, it says masked or unmasked, where in the past it has been that they were unmasked, but now it is masked or unmasked. So the policies, it just changes like every other week. So that was what we got about 2 weeks ago from CDC guidelines. And there's some more changes that have happened just this week that we're gonna meet Ms. Boswell tomorrow, that we're gonna ask her some questions about, because it just keeps changing. So it's hard to get a solid foundation because the CDC guidelines do change quite often.
And because they're constantly changing, because like I said, we all sat here through the summer months and we heard one thing, and then all of a sudden, boom, we started getting emails about, the number of kids being quarantined or stuff like that. So that's why I called and said, what's the thing? And then I talked to Ms. Boswell and Ben, and they said, well, no, now we're doing this. I know it's ever changing, but I think part of what we need to do is we need to, as it makes a change, if at all possible, get that new communication out so parents hear it. Because I've seen and I've received some emails from parents about, so why is my child being quarantined for 14 days when they don't hang out with this other student, they don't sit anywhere near this student, they're on the opposite side of the room, they don't play with them, they don't sit at the same lunch table with them, that type of thing. And so that's why I called and asked, what was going on. And so, I don't know, but if, as they keep changing the rules, maybe we need to get the information out so that the community knows there's been another change. We now have to adapt to the new change, because everybody listened this summer and heard what we all heard, and now, they've changed the rules on us. So.
And the Department of Health uses the seating charts that the schools provide them with, and they make a determination from there who will be quarantined and who won't be quarantined. So we just give them the seating charts, and they make a determination who is going to and who will not be quarantined. So that's kind of in their ball, in their realm of making decisions as to who goes home and who doesn't. But we do provide them with seating charts and then make a decision from there.
And I'm not against the seating charts, and I think the seating charts are great, but if, you know, and I know in some cases, you know, well, I know in all cases you're looking at the seating charts, but then when we send home an entire class or a grade level to quarantine, then the questions come up with, well, how did that happen? And I think people need to understand, because now with the CDC guidelines and the Department of Health, they're saying it doesn't even matter if they all had masks on while they were in the room the entire time. And, you know, Rachel and I are this far apart, or Miss Hazel and I, and we never get close to each other. We never take our mask off. I'm positive she's going home, you know, and so that's where people are not sure about it. And it's not what we were told. So I just feel like, and I understand it could be like you have to do a weekly update of like, here's the new guidance that they've given us, or now here's the new rules that apply. But I feel it would just be helpful so that even the community understands we're taking a very conservative approach. And, you know, Ms. Boswell stated, you know, we're doing this so that we don't have an outbreak, you know, or we don't have multiple students or adults infected. And so I just, you know, since they changed from what they told us, I felt like we should probably get, here's the latest guidance that we're following, and that's why we're sending more people home to quarantine for the 14 days.
Ms. Haynes, I just want you to know that there are several topics that has been brought up. That is one of them, and that's a point well taken. We've set up a meeting tomorrow with Ms. Boswell, in which I'll be participating, and Ms. Rowland, and a few other folks from that division. But that is a very good point that you've made, because the information has been so fluid lately.
Yeah.
It's important that we have everybody informed in a timely manner. So we will coordinate that communication to ensure that we're receiving it in writing, any updates, and then we will communicate accordingly with our parents and our staff. But you're absolutely right.
And I want to thank you, ladies, because you, along with Mrs. Fisher and the team that you have, that every day are, you know, taking a call and checking, you know, working with principals and checking seating charts and all of this. You guys are doing a great job. And I'm okay that you're erring on the side of caution. You know, if we have to quarantine 40 to ensure that, you know, no one else gets the virus versus only quarantining 5, you know, then that's what we need to do. So I appreciate that.
Any other questions, comments? Mr. Persis, anything you want to add?
No, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay. That's it.
Then, Madam Chair, may I inquire if it's the board's direction that we bring this back for permanent adoption and consideration on at the meeting on October 27th?
That's fine.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to item 17.03, Superintendent Bagwin.
Yes, ma'am. This is a presentation, Madam Chair and Board, on our social media policy presentation. We all know that when it comes to social media, pretty much social media it advises our representatives of any organization pretty much what, in terms of what their use on social media should be. When we look at a corporate code of conduct, and also it also provides guidelines for our employees who post content on the internet as an employee or as a private person. So again, Mr. Pendley has prepared this presentation for us, and he is going to provide us with some information and an opportunity for discussion regarding the social media policy for Volusia County Schools. Mr. Pendley.
Thank you, Dr. Balgam. Again, Madam Chair, members of the board, the proposal in the presentation tonight is for the board's consideration of an employee use of social media network policy. Currently, the policies include appropriate use for hardware that basically addresses using school resources for internet access, inappropriate sites, that sort of thing, for students, staff, anyone coming on campus. This policy is more narrowly tailored to the professionalism and the representation of the district in social media sites in general by employees. So you will hear tonight, and I'm sure you, if you haven't already, complaints that this infringes the First Amendment rights of employees. The Supreme Court and the 11th Circuit Court of Appeals in Atlanta have issued numerous rulings that address the public employer's right to control its message and implementation and delivery of services through its employees. This policy that is being proposed and what we're asking you to consider addresses both the official side of an employee's relationship with the employer and the employee's private conduct as it reflects on that. The common refrain that you will hear is that teachers do not shed their First Amendment rights at the schoolhouse door. That language is taken from a case known as Tinker. The Tinker standard addressed a student's use of anti-war protest on school campus and how that came about. That was a 1968 Supreme Court decision. If you remember those tumultuous times, we are revisiting them in some ways now. But the upshot of that First Amendment language was to increase public participation in public speech. But in the context of a public employer, we have to give special consideration to how that is done. So that I think earlier tonight we talked about a balancing test, and that's the balancing approach between what the public employers need to control its image and its official statements through its employees, and how those types of things then impact on the public employees' rights in the public forum. The speech of a public employee can be regulated by the government employer. The court in the Boyce versus Andrews decision in the 11th Circuit just in 2007 noted that acting as an employer of the government is afforded broad discretion in its employment decisions. The court in Boyce also said the interest of the government employee as a citizen in commenting on matters of public concern, we're going to talk about matters of public concern, must be balanced with the interest of the state as an employer in promoting efficiency of the public services it performs through its employees. Therefore, in the First Amendment context, courts review restrictions on employee speech with greater deference in order to balance the government employer's legitimate interest in its mission. So let me go to what this proposed draft language would include. We divided out, if you will notice here, the statement of policy being to address public social media network into professional social media and personal. When we're talking about professional social media, we're talking about the use of district authorized social media activity that can be either school-based or non-school-based. When we're talking about at school, we have a practice and procedure in place to go through the Chief Communications Officer, Ms. Schultz's office, to make official statements so that we don't have conflicting messages. If a principal puts out a statement that has not been vetted, it leads to conflicts. So we're trying to avoid that. And when we're talking about using professional social media, that's the level that we're discussing in Part A, if you want to refer to it, of this draft policy. Obviously, when we're talking about public official statements of the district, we have to maintain public records retention for that. Government schedules require certain numbers, certain years that we maintain those public documents for public record reference. If we have employees out making official statements or what purport to be official statements, there's no guarantee that those records would be maintained according to government schedules. Also, we have regulations, both state and federal, for not releasing personally identifiable information about students in educational records. That's FERPA. We don't allow people to release that information. So this part of the policy, as it relates to professional social media as it's defined there, regulates that sort of speech. We go to the second phase. We're talking about personal social media. That's defined as non-work-related social media activity, Twitter, Facebook, all of those sorts of things that you see on a daily and weekend basis. Employees who engage in social media activities must maintain a separate professional and personal email addresses. You cannot have teachers representing themselves as teachers affiliated with a school making a Twitter statement, for example. So it's important to maintain that personal and professional distinction. Obviously, in using personal social media, we restrict the use of district logo or images so that individuals cannot infringe on the identity of the school district as its own entity without receiving approval. The third statement there is that the school board takes no position regarding the decision of its employees to participate in various forms of social media for personal use. However, the school board does prohibit the use of social media networks outside of those sponsored by the district to communicate educational records or personally identifiable information. The employee must avoid posting or communicating any information that would violate state, federal, or local laws, rules, and regulations of the school board policy. The fourth paragraph there talks about the very sensitive subject of employees who may use social media to inappropriately communicate with students. There are numerous cases out there where those sorts of conflicts have arisen, and having access to students through social media, Facebook, have been deemed to be inappropriate types of relationship, gateways to inappropriate sexual relationships that we have to prohibit as an employer, because that impacts our liability when it comes back to those issues that we knew or should have known about to prevent child abuse. Those sorts of issues have to be addressed through a policy. We must say that as an official policy of the board, we do not countenance or allow teachers to communicate with students on a personal level through social media. There are exceptions to that are provided in the next section. If, for example, a coach cancels football practice or cancels soccer practice, it's appropriate to tweet that to the entire group. This policy does not prohibit that, doesn't infringe that in any way, but it simply requires that that communication and that the parent be notified that if you give your email address to the coach and he sends out a text or she sends out a text, telephone number sends out a text, that's voluntary communication. It doesn't contain any type of privileged or confidential communication. It follows school board policies, and it would then be archived and made available in the event of a public records request under Chapter 119. As to staff members' personal communications, so long as they abide by the policies and they do not contain any inappropriate, unprofessional matters, so we can think of a number of examples there where even in non-public employees, if in private practice I were to go out and do something on social media that was considered unprofessional, inappropriate, I could be sanctioned by my law firm and ultimately by the Florida Bar. This policy incorporates the same standard of professionalism. Teachers are held to a professional standard. And if you're on Twitter, Facebook, social media, and your conduct violates that, as a public employer, this policy does give permission and the board's imprimatur of jurisdiction to say to that employee that is not conduct that we countenance as a public employer. And that those sanctions do include progressive discipline pursuant to the collective bargaining agreement, including up to through termination. So that concludes, Dr. Balgobin, my initial comments outlining what the draft of this is. Tonight's purpose is to get the board's input into where it would like to see us develop around these topics, and if this is a policy that we would then further develop and bring back for the board's consideration and later adoption. Madam Chair, my comments are concluded.
Okay, colleagues, you've heard the presentation. Mr. Persis, I'll start with you.
No.
Thank you. Ms. Haynes?
I had a question come to me. So on the last page of your presentation, in the paragraph that says, where it says, employees who use social media networks must adhere to school board policies and guidelines. All existing policies and behavior guidelines currently applicable to staff similarly apply to the online environment. It's this next sentence that I was asked about, where it says, any employee or associated person engaging in inappropriate conduct involving the use of social media may be subject to discipline. So the question I was asked is, what is an associated person? And it was asked, for example, if I'm an employee and my spouse is not an employee and my spouse engages in, social media statements, am I held responsible for it? That's how the question came to me.
We could look at that more carefully, but my understanding is that in certain social media, Twitter feeds, that sort of thing, you do have alter egos that people will use a handle or a pseudonym, and if that is an associated person, if that is considered to be associated with that individual, and it's shown that I don't think it's necessarily an actual independent person that is not associated with the employee, then that's what that is directed toward.
Okay, so then let me make sure I understand, because
Sure.
the way the question came to me was, I'm a teacher, and if my spouse, who's not in any way at all connected to the, Volusia County Schools, he goes on and, puts anything out there, that the person just wanted to know, because he's my spouse, does that mean that I could be disciplined? And it'd be no different too than if you've got a college, son or daughter or a high school kid. I think what they were just looking for, because they were trying to understand that sentence, but I think now the way you said it to me, what I think I heard you just say is associated is, okay, I'm going to use myself. So I have Jamie Haynes, Facebook page. But if I went and, made up, I don't know.
Red-haired cutie from
Yeah.
wherever.
Okay, if I made up a second Facebook page that was really still my Facebook page, but I just gave it a different title and a different name, and on that page, I crossed the lines as far as the things that are not applicable, then that's what you mean by associated there, not meaning someone's spouse or child or whatever.
Certainly not your third cousin twice removed.
Yeah.
No, it's the alter ego of a real person. So if you create a fictional Twitter account and you do things through that that you wouldn't otherwise do under Jamie Haynes, then that's what this is intended to capture.
Okay, well, and I appreciate that, because like I said, I got the email late last night and was gonna try to get with you today, but with everything that we were doing, I hadn't been able to ask it. And I went and read it too, and that's why I wanted to bring it up, because that's what they were asking about, could it be my spouse or, my kid or mother or whatever, so, all right.
That is certainly not my intention or my understanding of the intention of the draft language here.
Okay.
Is not to address a family member, even, a spouse or something like that. We could put language in to clarify.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Ms. Cuthbert.
Sir, good evening again. We have an email system, Outlook. We get various comments from the public, but that's not considered social media, is it?
Unless it's shared through some other medium, just the independent exchange or dependent exchange between two people in an email address, unless it is published, would not be, no.
So and this has happened to all of us, we will have a response to a question from an individual. The person who emailed us might take some of our comments, splice it, take it out of context, and repost it, and then attack our language explanations. That has happened, especially over the summer as we grow closer to reopening schools. Is that also inappropriate?
The publication of a direct communication that was intended to be private would be a violation of this because it talks about the social network. Once it's published on a network and the general public sees it, then that, if it is inappropriate, meaning that it is using derogatory terms, foul language, et cetera, as defined, that would violate this policy as it's drafted currently.
Okay, what if it's an entity, an associated person, if it's someone is running a forum or a website and posts inappropriate information about the school district?
That's the type of association that we're talking about. Mrs. Haynes made it a family member, but it could be the administrator. All of those entities have administrators. There have to be at least one, sometimes two or three individuals who are website administrators. If those individuals are employees under this policy, they're posting false, derogatory, defamatory types of posts and publishing that on the network, that would be a violation of the policy.
Okay, because we do have a lot of employees who do post on those websites or those forums or blogs or whatever you want to call it, or even post information on groups that are affiliated with our school district. I know Ms. Albert is here, like maybe it's on their View website. That too would, because the View is associated with us, and teachers might comment on something that might be posted, that too could be considered inappropriate, correct?
The individual's comments, the individual employee, not the association.
Not the, okay, I just wanted to clarify to
Right.
make sure it's the person doing the posting.
Correct. If it were an association run by an employee and the employee through the association was making an inappropriate statement, then that could potentially impact that employee. But it would have to be tied back that it was something that an employee did. Simply posting on name the association. That we don't employ an association. We employ the individual.
Correct. Okay, I just wanted to make sure there was some crossover of I guess interpretation. So I just want to make sure we have that clarified. So thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate your help. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. Mr. Colon?
And so as someone who is on social media, this was really concerning for me. And one of the things that I did was I went from district to district in the state of Florida, and I will tell you most districts have addressed this already in their policies. Mm-hmm. Obviously, social media has become a part of our life. It's a part of my life. And there's nothing in this proposed language that falls outside of what I've seen in pretty much every other district. And I was just sitting here reflecting, and I thought about something that happened to me in the past. I sat on the Florida Board of Respiratory Care at the time. I think I was chair. And we had an individual who was a licensed respiratory therapist who came before us. This is all public record. You could go listen to it. Who came before us, and he had posted on a website a comment about folks, their sexual preferences, their color. It was a very hateful message. Now, the hateful message was not the issue, because the gentleman did have the First Amendment right. What he went on to say was, and I am a therapist, and if you were my patient, I would trip over your ventilator cord. Now, he said this on a website, meaning the patient would die. When that gentleman came before us as a board, it was a very, very scary moment. The dude was probably in his 40s. He will never be a respiratory therapist in Florida again. We revoked his license. He will never, ever, as long as he lives, takes care of patients in Florida because of that comment. And so what we do in our professional lives and our personal lives all tie back to our employer. Now, there are folks who have social media accounts. Like I know, for example, my social media account is public. There's really, I mean, I've intertwined it enough where everything I say is public, because I don't have the luxury of saying, well, this isn't, that isn't. No, it's all public. You know, in the same fashion in my own personal social media account, I am very cautious, and so everything I say is a reflection of the school district. Have I said things in the past that I probably shouldn't have? Absolutely. I think none of us are perfect, okay? But we do, to say that we could just go on and as soon as we leave the schoolhouse, say and do whatever we want, is just not accurate in real life. And I think, again, going through school district, and I basically went up the map from county to county, and most counties have addressed this already. And the intent is not to shut anybody up. The reality is that, when you bring a comment from your classroom to a parent forum, those parents perceive you to be the school district. They perceive you to be a teacher who is in the know, an employee who is in the know. And so when you say something, they take that as if it's something that is coming from the district. And so, it's evident that that isn't the case in most cases. The person's speaking of their own opinion on off hours, but it can be portrayed as such. So I, again, being on social media myself, and I make myself very available to my own demise sometimes, this policy is really not much more or much less than I've seen in other school districts in Florida. And I think it's necessary not to shut anybody up, because the reality is anybody wants to call me 386-801-3122. You can call me anytime you want and tell me what you want to tell me, and I'm going to sit there and listen to you. Okay? But there has to be some boundaries, and to think that the First Amendment gives us, it doesn't bring boundaries. I think you've already addressed that there are some boundaries. And again, this isn't to go after anybody. I can't personally think of anybody right now who this even applies to in a negative way, versus, hey, just look out. Because you can't just, you can say whatever you want, but it doesn't mean that it doesn't come with a price. And, I've paid the price for things that I've said in the past that I didn't mean. A meme that I shared ended up in the paper. By no means am I saying that, but we do have to be careful, and there do have to be rules, and social media plays such an important role in our lives that, even professionally, everything I say on social media reflects my employer. Whether I like it or not, whether it's on a Saturday or Sunday, whether I'm at work or not, it reflects my employer. And so for that reason, again, this policy is not much different than, and I encourage anyone, go straight up the map. Go start with Miami-Dade. That's where I started, Miami-Dade, and I worked my way up. And it's pretty consistent. So thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Persis, you said you didn't have any comments, correct?
Correct, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. And this is rather robust, but I'm used to it for my position and what I do at my own, my other position. So unlike most of you, that's why I don't do social media, because we are held very accountable for anything we put on social media, even in our personal time, because they're gonna always tie it back to who you're employed to. So that's my reason for not doing it. But any other questions, comments? Do you see anything that brings you concern or anything we need to change, colleagues? Okay, thank you.
Then, Madam Chair, if I might have the board's direction and approval to go ahead and publish this in draft so that it can be brought back for action item at the
Yes.
October 27th.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mhm.
Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Franklin.
Moving down to 17.04.
It's another presentation.
Okay.
We go for it?
Yeah, then we'll take a break.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair, for allowing me to add this district update for the board and for our guest here tonight. Based on our last meeting that we had, there were a few subjects where our impasse hearing, there were a few subjects that arose last week. And I wanted to provide the board and the members of the public with a quick update on some of these topics. So the first, I would like to call Mr. Aiken, Greg Aiken, our Chief Operating Officer, and he will be providing us with an update as it relates to the Department of Operations, Safety, Security, and much, much more. Mr. Aiken?
Just give me a second here. I'm going to get this set ready to go. All right, Madam Chair, board members, Dr. Bell-Goldman, thank you for this opportunity to be here this evening to kind of go over the operations update. Behind me tonight, I did bring my directors in and some coordinators. I want to recognize them. So I have Mr. Mitch Moyer, he's the Director of Transportation in the back. I have Miss Heather DiMiola, she's my Schoolway Cafe Director. I have Mr. Ron Young, he's my Director of Maintenance. I have an Assistant Director, Dave Boletto, that's here. And I also have Nicole Miller, she's a coordinator. And she's right there. So, and I also have Miss Maria Kraft. She's my Director of Purchasing and Warehouse. Appreciate them being here this evening. This isn't working? Oh, there we go. Now it's working. Too fast. There we go. As of Friday, September 18th, the estimated weekly burn rate for our PP equipment is about $104,000, and that's down about $4,000 from a couple of weeks prior to that. Ms. Kraft and her staff and the maintenance staff have been working very hard to look at ways to reduce the cost while still adhering to our CDC guidelines that we are following. Currently, we are receiving approximately 75 to 60 to 75 requisitions daily from schools and district offices via Oracle. These tickets are to replenish their own PPE inventory at their school sites. We are also monitoring our stock levels daily to make sure we can replenish our inventory at the warehouse location. We have a set reordering points in our system to ensure that we have available supplies on hand when needed and called upon from the schools. The board just awarded a bid in the previous meeting, so our supplies are being replenished as quickly as possible as the suppliers have those. The district received just shy of 10,000 tri-fold partitions from our most recent order of 20,000. These shields can be used both by students and teachers or staff as well. We are also moving away from our previous disinfectant spray towards organic products that are skin friendly. Tonight I have a couple of bottles here. If you want to, you can kind of look at what we're moving to is these two bottles right here. Both are organic products that actually do, they're on the CDC list and do kill COVID-19. We are also, as a district, in the process for our maintenance department installing our Foamy IQ dispensers across all classrooms in the district. This is a gentle form of antibacterial and hand sanitizer in all of our classrooms. So we're going to get away from the 1-gallon jugs. The kids are squirting it and it's wiping on the floor and it's messing up the floor. So we're gonna use this foam. It's just as effective. We currently are using that in our school buses currently right now, and it's about 3,000 uses prior to having to change that out. I'm also happy to announce that our district staff from finance and operations are currently working with the Volusia County government on how we can actually. They're also looking at, and we're working with their finance department through Ms. Deb Muller. To see if we could share some of their CARES Act to help us offset some of these costs as we move forward. As you know, Schoolway Cafe shifted from a summer feed program to a national school bus program. Now we're back to a summer feed program. And we're happy to say that because all children 18 years or younger in Volusia County can now participate in the free program for breakfast and lunch. That program came into effect a couple of weeks ago, and it will expire December 18th. As of the first day of the extended summer feeding program was September 15th. For our Volusia Online, our Volusia Live students, we had served approximately 1,100 meals that were picked up that day. Some good news that we currently have right now is the Florida Department of Agriculture has approved Schoolway Cafe to feed all satellite schools and charter schools in the county, which includes Ivy Hahn, Richard Milburn East and West, AMI Kids, High Banks, and Riverview. All students attending those schools can eat free lunch and breakfast. This started yesterday, September 20th, and will be in effect until December 2018. As you can see in this slide, we are tracking how we are doing in our feeding program for breakfast and lunch this year compared to last year. As you can see, we're not quite where we need to be or where we should be or we were last year. Last year we were feeding about 30,000 lunches and about 15,000 breakfasts. We're quite shy of that currently right now. But we are steadily improving on the numbers of meals, both breakfast and lunch, that we serve daily. With the feeding program expanded to include all satellite schools and charter schools, we were optimistic we will be able to reach or be close to what our numbers were last year. Transportation, near and dear to my heart. Actually, all of them are. I shouldn't say that. It'd be my favorite, like one of my favorite kids. But transportation is where I came from, so I know this very well. But transportation, we are currently monitoring all of our daily ridership rates, as well as our on-time delivery for our schools district-wide. Although we are still about 50% of what our, compared to last year, what our counts were riding the bus, the good news is we have increased 59% since day one of school. So we are seeing about a 1% increase in ridership daily. We have also adjusted our routes from last year to this year. From the start of school till last Tuesday, we went from 195 routes to 185 routes, cutting 10 of those routes, which started last Tuesday. With regards to the field trips, we conducted a survey across the district to see what they are doing. We had mixed bag results coming through, but many of our peer districts are focusing on athletic trips only, with the academic trips suspended until further notice. Here in Volusia County, we are allowing athletic trips for now with CDC guidelines in place during these trips. We also had a net of 3 individuals. We had 17 retire and 14 new hires since then. On our school buses, what we've been doing, and I know you've heard this before, but all of our students, we have that foamy IQ dispenser right as they come into the door. The students can actually use that hand sanitizer as they come on. They're required to wear a mask. We're trying to maintain to 40 students on a school bus, and we're trying to social distance as much as possible. We're also having the front 2 windows and the back 2 windows rolled down. As the bus is rolling, it does circulate more air inside that school bus. So those are just some of the things we're doing in transportation. One of the other hot topics is HVAC, or our air conditioning systems. And I know I've been sending out daily reports, and also we, in maintenance, has had a daily, what we call a huddle meeting, where the coordinators actually call in for the first 30 minutes of the morning, and we go over each one of their areas and what their concerns are for that day, what they had yesterday, what they have today, and by 3 o'clock in the afternoon, we see what they completed for that day. So operations really looks at, and we've had several different meetings throughout the last several weeks to try to resolve a lot of our issues, and I do want to thank the board for allowing us to buy 40 additional spot coolers as we went there. So operations is currently revisiting its HVAC approved designed guidelines as we speak. We are hoping to present a more comprehensive report in the board workshop sometime in October. But as part of our review of the HVAC systems, we conducted a facility condition index in our schools, and we're able to identify schools whose HVAC systems will need refresh investments soon. So our Tier 1 schools, as you see on the slide, are those schools that their systems are very old. One of the examples is the Silver Sands Middle School. That was built in 1982. It has 4 different types of systems there, ranging from 20 to 30 years old. Our Tier 2 and Tier 3 have mixed varying ages. Some are newer than others. We can maintain those and parts are available, but the ones that are built in 1982, those parts aren't available anymore. On average, the district has a failure rate of HVAC systems of less than 1%, and it's probably close to 0.003% rate. And we start looking at those, and we want to know what type of system actually is failing. So we broke it down by chillers, our what I call the EM systems, and then our DX units. Of these 779 classrooms that actually at some point in time between school start and now had some sort of air conditioning issue, whether it's high humidity or warmer temperatures, 610 were related to chiller units that are servicing that school. 126 were related to our systems, our EM systems, and then 43 were DX units. So as you can see, as we get into the complicated systems of our chiller units, when one goes down, it's pretty tough for us to maintain that. As mentioned earlier, the maintenance and construction departments have held several meetings and are currently reviewing our district HVAC systems to come up with a rational strategy based on how a building or area is going to be used, whether the space will be a gym, an auditorium, cafeteria, media center, or classroom, to name a few. What we really want to do is look at where it would make sense for us to use a chiller, DX unit, or a hybrid system moving forward in our new construction and major renovation programs. Going forward, our maintenance department will have input during design reviews with our architects to ensure that the HVAC systems that we are going to install put in place that we can support and maintain as we move forward with our valuable assets. I already mentioned about our huddle meetings for our hub staff. Starting 1 October, we're actually going back to allowing one FMT to be at their school 1 day a week, and we'll increase that if need be for the middle schools as we move forward. All of our hub support will also be there for those schools and other schools as well, but we felt it was good to go back to 1 day a week, at least for now, for the middle schools to have an FMT on site. Custodial grounds and maintenance. So district staff has regular meetings with EBM and their district inspectors. Matter of fact, we had one yesterday. It was well done. Ms. Nicole Miller actually heads that up, and she's here today. It focuses on tracking responses to custodian and ground issues across the district that we've had received. The last part of the Microsoft Flow for ABM cleanliness concern report was complete. And as you know, when we first started, and I know Caitlin's here, and Clint actually came out and presented that to you, what we do for the teachers to do those reports. We fixed that backside of that to where it's automated currently right now, where ABM can mark the task as complete, and it electronically logs it as a flow, and an email is auto-generated back to the originator, notifying them that that task has been completed. The information is also fed down to our Power BI for reporting analysis and trends, so we can keep track of those issues. To date, we've had 597 requests through the form. 58 current tickets are currently open right now, and the average is 2 days to be completed. The top 5 list submissions that we've seen out of those that I just mentioned were floor or carpets not clean. There are other issues: trash not emptied, unclean desks, student desks, unclean restrooms, in that order. Other issues could be anything from ants, dust, unclean baseboards, classroom light turned on at night, door left unlocked, unclean desks, and even compliments for the staff for a job well done. So we're getting quite a few of those as well. When we start breaking down the area, east side and west side, we had 338 submissions on the east side and 259 submissions on the west side. Mr. Carl Persis had the most submissions for his area, 171, and Ms. Wright had the least, 181 tickets to date. With regards to core inspections, so we've started our core inspections on August 17th. We are right now on average 88.8% quality score for custodial performance and 90% for ground maintenance. From August 17th through September 15th, we have inspected 33 facilities. Our staff have wrote 7 custodial failures and 3 ground failures. Those schools are as follows. Woodward Elementary School has failed twice, but their scores were 81.50 and 84.7. Our satisfactory level is 85%. Osceola Elementary, 84. Taylor Middle High, 84.5. DeLand Middle, 78.7. Spruce Creek High, 81.20. Manatee Cove, 81%. For these failures, staff issue what we call custodial performance assessment reports. These performance assessment reports, or PARs as we call them, are sent to the ABM, and they have 10 working days to correct the deficiencies. And after the 10 days, our inspectors go back for an unannounced reinspection. Staff has been tracking the e-misting as well, and so anytime we have any cases out there, we do have ABM go back out, do a thorough deep clean, and actually e-mist as well where need be. That concludes my quick update and brief. I know we're going to have, eventually we will have a workshop to go more in depth on these areas. I just want to kind of give you a brief overview.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Haynes.
Thank you, Mr. Aiken. So as far as George Marks Elementary goes, which is the newest school to open, did we put a mix between the chiller and the DX systems, or did
it's a chiller. It's a chiller unit that went in there. And so as we're looking forward, moving forward, that's what we're looking at is different hybrid systems moving, going in that direction.
So I've spoke out against chillers for several years prior to even being in this seat. You and I have had conversations about them. So I'm a little disappointed to hear that that's what went into George Marks, and I probably should have asked sooner. Because when you're looking at your energy cost piece here on the chiller versus the DX system,
yes,
and you go back to, you said, 610 chiller unit issues, 120 with the systems, and the systems, that's the piece that where we have to maintain or control the chiller, correct? And only 43 with the DX units. What's it going to take? Because the DX units are even cheaper per square foot for their energy cost and everything, and it doesn't. And if you look down there, even the contract cost. Because my understanding is once we put a DX system in, we own it. And I see Mr. Young coming, and I was going to ask if he wanted to come up and join me. What's it going to? When I look at all of this and what I've learned over the years, the DX systems are a better savings. I don't like chillers.
Well, they're easier to maintain, so I think chillers have their spot, and I'll let Mr. Young speak as well, but chillers have their purpose, right? So for larger areas, it's more efficient to cool those areas with a chiller. DX units may be a little bit better to cool other areas, and so yeah, definitely from a cost standpoint, long haul, we'd have to look at which hybrid that we would want to move forward with. So I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Young to answer your specifically question.
When a chiller goes down, we have a large area.
That's correct.
Or a whole building or a whole wing that goes down. Where if the other goes down, it typically impacts a smaller area. And just, knowing, and I'm glad that we added the additional spot coolers and everything so that we can keep this. But yes, Mr. Young, I'll let you talk.
So when you look at troubleshooting and the system goes down, so a DX unit, probably 50 areas that could be a failure point that you can kind of troubleshoot fairly quick, and our guys are very good at that. We don't pay enough money to have somebody that's a qualified chiller troubleshooter on staff, so we have to rely on our vendors to come and respond to us. But there are probably over, I think, Ron, what is it, over 500 or close to 500 fail points on a chiller unit?
Yeah.
All the way from, so when we start troubleshooting chillers, it's very complicated. And including the air handler can go down. We had one of those today. Half the building was cooling, The other air handler inside the building shut down, and one lady was hot in her classroom. That happens. So, Ron?
If you look at a barred system, there's about 10 failure points on it. If you look at a split system, there's about 30 failure points. On a chiller, there are literally hundreds of failure points. And I have sat in this seat or that seat several times and told the board that I'm not a fan of chillers either. There are places where they're needed, but I am not a fan. And recently, I've had conversations with Dr. Balgobin and Mr. Aiken, and with her support and the support of the new facilities director, facilities construction director. I actually have a copy of it with me, but I think we have come to an agreement of how to move forward. I expressed my displeasure with how Pearson Elementary and George Marks were built, but I think now we have a direction going forward and we have an agreement.
So I'm going to ask before Mr. Cologne does, what's the plan for Deltona Middle? Are we putting a chiller in Deltona Middle, or are we putting a DX system? Come on. I know which one I want, but you know, it is in his district, but I don't like chillers.
Mm-hmm. So right now, we've kind of...
It's a chiller, right?
Of course it is, yes. So what we're looking at, though, is a hybrid system moving forward. So any new projects moving forward, we're going to be looking at hybrids and what's most cost efficient. Because right now, Deltona Middle School has chillers.
Yeah.
Right now.
I know.
Mr. Cologne and I spent a lovely hot morning behind Building 10, I think it was, and we spent quite a bit of time talking about how we should go forward with, at Deltona Middle, I should add, how we should go forward with addressing the AC at the new school. And we all agreed that chiller for the cafeteria, maybe the gym, that kind of thing, but DX for the classrooms. Believe me, that's the way I want to go, because it takes a lot of stress off of me.
Yeah.
I mean, the numbers bear it out. Janice Faust and Donna Novell spent the last few days taking all the numbers from the huddle meetings, which have been absolutely fabulous. 78% of our failures the start of this year have been chiller related. So.
And they're getting older. Our chiller units are getting older, so we're starting to see those failures, pumps and everything else.
And in the workshop, we've asked for a workshop to discuss HVAC with the board. I think there are other concerns that need to come out concerning where our capital funds are going to be spent going forward, and I look forward to that.
And Mr. Aiken, I hear you that some of them are getting older. But even when we opened Freedom Elementary with the chiller system, it didn't work.
Yeah, one of the things I think what we rely on is our architects too much and not what we need here. And I think that's something that we are now going to the table on, is when we start looking at the designs, what are we designing in, what systems are going in place. So we are looking at that and going in that direction. I agree. So. Okay, any other questions or discussion?
Go ahead.
So to not state the obvious, I think we definitely need to reconsider what we're doing with Deltona Middle. I know we had that conversation a year ago. It was probably exactly about a year ago. It was like the second day of school, and we were hanging out in the back of Deltona Middle. And so while the project is far along in that they've, piled the pilings into the ground, I would hate to make a costly mistake of moving forward with something that we know is going to bring problems and issues down the line. So I don't know what it's going to take, but if everybody's nodding their head and saying yes, and we nodded our head a year ago and said yes, then I think we're going to need to relook at Deltona Middle and what we're going to do, because I know, but why would I make a costly mistake that just looking at the average cost per year per unit, I mean, that's, and we had this conversation, and so, tap
So,
that.
so if you don't mind, so that school was already designed, by the time we had all the conversations moving forward. The next major school we're gonna be building is actually Ortona. So that's the school that you're gonna see a hybrid system on currently right now, because Deltona was already built beforehand. It was already designed, and then we started construction. So it's done in different phases. So making a change would be a major change order. Well, I mean, we can look at Deltona Middle, but that would be a major change order we'd have to come forward with. But the next school would actually be Ortona, or any other schools that we're going to build, be in that direction.
We ask the question?
Hmm?
We can ask the question.
Sure we can. We can ask the question, of course. Hmm?
Ms. Cup,
I know Creekside Middle just had its air conditioning replaced. What did you put in Creekside? Because you did different buildings at a time. They were smaller.
Yeah, so that's also chiller units as well, and so what we did in phases. So when we change out our systems, Dave Billett is gonna come up too. So when we change out our systems, what we normally do is we change out the chiller unit first, and then we go back and do the air handlers and everything else going forward.
But
So
right
by
now-
time, I'm sorry?
But right now, they're working all right.
Well, we have one issue on chiller number 2, and then actually it's a filter issue. And so the screen is getting filled up with soot, or some other issues. So we put an external filter on it currently right now, to kind of resolve that issue, and so we can go back in and see what's going on with it. But all the classrooms are being cooled currently right now that have students in them. We had one issue today, but I think it was resolved.
It's funny you bring up Creekside Middle, because when we did our study of the schools to see what the different ages were of the different systems, because as they've been repaired or replaced, they've been repaired or replaced in a piecemeal fashion. And Dave did the study on Creekside. Dave?
Yeah,
Can you
so
talk about Creekside?
the average air conditioning unit is 19 years old in the district. So, and Dave did a very good Excel spreadsheet, which we'll show you later. But it is very interesting in how the chiller could be 5 years old, but the air handler could be newer, right? So.
Yeah, exactly. So each system there's different elements that make up that system. So we may have replaced a chiller that could be brand new, but unfortunately we may have some condenser loops in the ground or chiller loops in the ground that are still 25, 30 years old. So because we are, restricted by budget at times, we are forced to piecemeal those systems because they're larger systems, and the chiller itself is quite costly. So the analysis actually broke each system down and the components of each system. So we're replacing what's needed, and we're going to move forward with a phased-in approach for Creekside.
Do you see that happening at Spruce Creek Elementary? Because they've had.
We see it across the district.
Everywhere.
So, and when we did an analysis, that they're doing the analysis and bringing it forward, Dr. Balgoman's in the meeting as well, when she's seen some of the data. As we move forward, we're looking at that to see what we can do to refocus what we need to do to keep the systems going.
No, Spruce Creek Elementary and Silver Sands are two schools that we've talked a lot about lately, and we'd like to investigate taking a different approach at those two schools.
Okay, and I noticed Atlantic High School is at issue. And it's hard to realize it, but we keep thinking of Atlantic and Pine Ridge as new schools, but they're almost, 27, 28 years old already. And you said they usually last, 15 years?
15, 20 years.
Okay, and when they go down, because I was at Creekside when Mr. Billetto visited Mr. Cash, and the two of them were head to head trying to figure things out. How is it that we repair them? Do we have maintenance individuals, or do we have to go on the outside and bring experts in at a higher cost?
Go ahead.
Yeah, so we are challenged with diagnosing and repairing chillers. We are capable, but we are limited also. So more times than I'd like to admit, we have to hire some additional expertise to come in and help us with our diagnosis and repair.
Okay, so I'm just gonna plug a little Pine Ridge Manufacturing Academy. Would love to have an HVAC academy over there,
coming.
so I'm just plugging it.
Next year.
Thank you gentlemen very much. I appreciate your expertise. Thank you, Madam Chair.
thank you, Ms. Cuthbert, for putting in your plug. But gentlemen, I have a quick question.
Oh.
So I know there's been a lot of conversation about chillers versus different types. Are we dealing with the same manufacturer? So as we build new schools, if something should happen, these parts should be replaced, or we should be stocking some of these, are we not?
So all of our new AC systems we have a 10-year warranty on those currently right now. So the manufacturers are required for 10 years to maintain a lot of those. The problem is some of the warranty that we have, we've noticed how it was written. Some of the stuff has to come out of our own budgets to kind of fix that as well. But
my question is, are they all by the same manufacturer?
No, ma'am.
no.
So why haven't we leveraged that relationship to kind of?
Standardize?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, there are certain laws that we have to deal with.
Okay.
So, and why you asked the stocking question, some of the pump motors on a chiller cost $50,000 a piece. So we would be taking a chance that we're stocking that motor with that voltage, that, you know, that horsepower that we need at that time. So really it doesn't make sense for us to stock those kinds of motors. When we're talking about DX systems, those fan motors cost $150. So yes, we can stock some of those.
Capacitors and some other things as well.
But you didn't address the standardization. So what is it, why can't we standardize?
Well, we can write a spec for the way we want a system to operate. You can almost write a spec to a particular brand, but we can't say, okay, only Train come bid on this, or only Carrier come bid on this. We can't do that.
Is it because we're using federal funds?
We actually, what we do is we take the lowest bidder. So a lot of those times, some of the systems are a little bit cheaper. They'll outbid one or the other in some cases.
So if I may, the best we could do at this point, staying within guidelines and all laws, is our design guidelines outlines 3 preferred manufacturers. And we can get down to 3, but we can't sole source. We'd have to stay within the guidelines.
So that is my question, why can't we? And maybe you don't know the answer, that's fine. But I can't see why we can't sole source.
I can bring Ms. Kraft up. She's our procurement specialist.
Okay.
That's why my team's here.
That's fine.
Hi, how are you?
Plus, I need you guys FaceTime anyway. Let's go.
Huh?
Nothing.
In my opinion, I think we need to start with the design concept. I think our architectural design needs to start there for us to go into the standardized process. As far as the maintenance portion of the current systems that we have, we are stuck with what we have. It's because we have to maintain those. And I think the maintenance folks, the facilities folks are kind of handed what they have. But I think the design team or architects, whoever needs to plan our next few schools, need to have that in their mind, that we wanted to go with Train or Carrier or what have you, that has proven to have longevity, that has worked for us. So I think that's where we need to start.
Okay.
As far as sole sourcing, as long as that's the system that we have, then we need to go by maintaining the systems that we have. And if it's a Train, then we need to specify that on our bid schedule that says it is a Train, and we need capacitors, and we need motors, or whatever we need to. And I think that's where we need to start.
So we can do that.
Okay. I didn't know, because sometimes with federal funding, they may not. But I know normally when you're doing construction, you can request some standardization, because you show in the longevity in 10 to 15 years where it would pay off. And so I was asking, why weren't we moving that way? But okay.
Yeah, I think so. And just like what we're doing with technology, we have standardized our footprint as well to be able to.
Same with transportation. We try to standardize. It makes it easier for our staff to be able to work on the equipment.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's a lot easier. Yes, ma'am.
All right. And I know we'll be addressing some of these other issues in at our next meeting, but thank you. Any other questions, colleagues?
I don't have a question for them, but I have a question for Mrs. Demille.
Go right ahead.
Okay. So now that, and I appreciate, because there were a lot of questions when the feeding piece came out about the fact that we had left charter schools out, and I asked you about that. And so I want to say thank you that charter schools are now also, you know, that we're not excluding any kids, that we've got our kids that are in charter schools and all of that that can now also access food. But my question is, have we gotten that information out to the community so that they know that everybody is now included and parents can register for the meals? Because I think there's still just a little confusion out there. I mean, you guys have done a great job, everything you've been putting out, and that is the one thing that I share all the time is anything that you put out so that parents can see that they can pick up meals. And I so appreciate all the hard work that your team is doing to prepare those meals and be there at 6 a.m. On Tuesday mornings ready to hand them out. But I just didn't know if we got anything out to let all the, you know, the charter schools and the other groups that had been originally excluded know that they're now included on the meals.
Yes, we did. We worked with Miss Kelly Schultz, and she put a press release out. It was late Friday, because we just got their approval from the state on Friday. So around 4:30 or 5, they put a press release out on media, and then we've been doing social media, and they were doing social media as well, letting them know that everybody can eat for free now, 18 and under.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you, because I had gotten a few more emails about it, so I just wanted to make sure that we got something out there.
Yeah, and it just started on Monday, so we'll continue to press the information, and we've met with some community people as well who have a lot of influence on the social media to let them know too. But we were really advocating for our students here at the state level to let us open those schools as far as feeding the students there for free.
Right. So for any parents that are listening tonight, any child age of 18 and under, that includes the children that are not yet in school.
Correct.
If they need breakfast and lunch, as long as they register each week by Thursday at what time?
Thursday at 11:59 p.m.
Okay, so
we got the whole night.
1 minute prior to midnight on Thursday, then you can pick up your 5 breakfasts and 5 lunches along with the milk per child from your designated site of choice. And that was another question that kept coming up, and I kept trying to explain. You can choose the school that is closest to your home. You don't have to go to what may normally be your zone school or things like that. And so they just have to go online and register and put in how many children, and they need to show up with either a copy of the birth certificate, a student ID, and I know that we've looked at their phone to see the pictures of the birth certificates.
Yes, that's correct.
And so I just want people to understand that too, because there was still some confusion, like, do I have to bring my kids with me? And, you know, that's really early to try to pile them all into the car or whatever. And so, but I do so appreciate, and because your group's doing a fabulous job out there when it's dark in the morning, handing out those meals. So thank you.
Yes, and they love being there, and they're very excited to be there. I've had a meeting with them, and we're working on a couple other things coming up. So we'll be happy to announce that once we can get that all figured out. But yes, they're doing a fabulous job. 18 and under, students or not students within our county, could be a different county passing through, family, we can feed, registration, Tuesday after the pass out to Thursday at 11:59 p.m. We'll be out there. They don't have to go to their zone school, that's correct. There's a few sites that are not open according to the registration, and that has to do with regulations. That's Manatee Cove is not open, TT Small's not open, and there was one more that's not open. And then the satellites are not open either. Timbercrest is not open, but those have very close schools for meal pickup.
Right. And just so people know, it's not that we're not feeding the kids from those schools, it's just they each sit next to a middle school.
We can't cross over. We have to be within a quarter of a mile from the next site.
Yes, okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I do have a question.
Go ahead.
Are we looking at expanding the hours beyond 6:30 in the morning?
Not at this time. The state is opening it up to community partners, And so community partners would then be able to pick up within the area. So the community partners usually pick up the afternoon. And then I had to look at it from a budget standpoint as well, from my staff being there. So yes, we are, and then we have supper as well as we're feeding brick and mortar students as well. So we've got a lot of time to cover. And I was meeting with a community person today to go over that, but we have suggested some great avenues of how to get an outreach program going.
Okay.
Yeah, and the county can open up feeding sites if they wish, just like they do for June and July. So the county can open their sites back up. When we started backing down a little bit, the county picked up a few because they normally feed that. They're authorized now to do that currently today through December 18th.
The state was accepting applications on that.
Very good, thank you.
Okay,
Anything
okay.
else?
Any other questions? You have a question?
No, I was asking, no.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Persis,
Thank you.
anything? Mr. Persis?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you.
It is 8:37, and we're gonna take a 15-minute break. So 8:50.
This is for Oh, look at that.
Good evening. We're going to reconvene and resume our meeting. Go right ahead, Dr. Balgobin.
Thank you, Madam Chair, board members. Madam Chair, we do have another presentation for the board here tonight. As you know, Volusia Live is one of our learning options, and the board has expressed the desire for us to go ahead and relook at that option and look at opportunities for improvement, for growth. But also last week you shared clear with us that we need to get it taken care of. So I have a team here tonight comprised of Ms. Rachel Hazel, also Ms. Katie McAuliffe, and Caitlin Disler, along with Ms. Patty Core. These individuals has assisted me with the committee that we've put together. So they're going to share with you a little bit of an update in terms of what the committee has shared with us, but also a timeline of what has occurred so far and what will be upcoming as it relates to this option. So thank you, team. Take it away.
All right. Good evening, Madam Chair, school board members, and Dr. Balgobin. This evening, we would like to share an update and some suggestions that have been made from our Volusia Live Continuous Improvement Task Force. And I want to point out, it is a continuous improvement model. We are not looking to put a Band-Aid or be reactionary to problems as they pop up. What we want to do is create a model that will continue to look at problems and select the most impactful solution to those problems, and hopefully they will prevent further problems from occurring as we look at the Volusia Live model. So before we start the presentation, I want to thank the task force themselves. And I won't name all 40 plus members that were on the task force and assist us individually, but I do want to thank those who took their time. That task force was comprised of teachers, assistant superintendents, district curriculum specialists, and of course our learning technologies team, who I'm joined with here. So this slide really illustrates our thinking as we start to solve the problems with Volusia Live. And I know we talked a little bit and gave a sneak peek of this at the impasse hearing, and I believe the exact directive was fix it. So this is our fix it. This is our fix it slide. So when you look at this, we really approached it in phases, and we really thought of the problems as like a funnel. We wanted to get as much input as we can, learn about as many issues as we could, and then narrow those down to the point that we had very actionable solutions. So when you look at phase one, that is the survey that was done with all of our teachers who had the opportunity to fill out that survey. And there were a lot of open-ended questions. We got a lot of different comments, a lot of good feedback from our teachers. And we also want to point out, and you'll hear some themes repeated throughout the evening as we present. And one of the things is that each bit of data that we took to look at solutions was taken at different points in time. And we all know that when we implement something, anything, the beginning phases are the hardest. So it's important to note exactly when each of these occurred, and we'll keep referring to that as we go through our presentation. But the survey was taken at a point in time on week 1. So during one of the most difficult times of the implementation of Volusia Live was when the survey was taken, and we'll go over those results. At that point, we also had a task force, and those were the 40 plus individuals that I mentioned who gave up an evening to help us, to give us feedback on the survey results, as well as give us their own solutions and problems. And what we asked for the task force to do, we asked them the same questions that we asked on the survey. What's working well, what's not working, and what are some possible solutions? And we asked the task force to really think very specifically about those solutions and to help us sort through those issues that rose to the top so that we could really work around those. And I know we've mentioned it before, but when you solve one problem, you can create a ripple effect, and there's consequences for that. So we wanted to make sure that we clearly identified what was working well as well, so that no solution that we came up with would jeopardize that which was working well. So that brings us to phase 2. After we met with the task force and we had some identifying information, we wanted to validate that information. So we brought together teams from learning technologies and from curriculum. And since we were primarily looking at secondary at this point, because that's where we had a lot of teachers teaching the dual modalities, we started there. So they went out, met, we got from each high school principal, we asked them to identify one PLC that was demonstrating the most opportunity for growth, or one that had reached out for some help. And our learning technologies team, along with the curriculum expert in that field, because we really wanted to identify, is it a curriculum problem? Or is it something with the modality of teaching? So we had them go out and sit with the PLCs and validate some of the data. They had a very specific checklist of items that they were looking for, and they listened and took notes as well. And we'll go over all of that in just a little bit. Additionally, and that work, the PLC work, has taken place this week, last week, and we finished up today, I believe was the last one. We made it to the last high school today. Additionally, our digital learning teachers, our DLTLs, which are really our boots on the ground in the school as far as implementing this, were surveyed, and they were given a survey that had more specific questions, which Katie will go over with you in just a little bit. We're now at the bottom of phase 2, where we are prioritizing those issues and solutions, and we're identifying those that make the largest impact. Again, we don't want to put a Band-Aid on small issues when we can solve some really big problems. And from that, we're creating an action plan, which we'll review with you tonight what our plans for the action plan are. Phase 3 will be what's coming up next, and that is where we implement the action plan. We see some real solutions put into place, and then we measure that impact of that action plan. We want to see if it is making the impact that we want it to, and if it's not, then we're going to go back to problem identification and solving. Phase 4 is beginning the cycle again. We want to resurvey our teachers, we want to continue to get feedback, and we want to continue to have this task force meet. And we want to replicate this at other levels. One thing I do want to mention before we move off of this slide is that when we were looking at this, when we were looking at Volusia Live, we were looking at all aspects of Volusia Live, not just those simultaneous teaching models, although we're going to talk about the simultaneous teaching models today. We were looking at both dedicated Volusia Live classrooms and the simultaneous classrooms. Okay, so then that brings me to this next slide, which I won't spend a lot of time on, but just to emphasize, because what we just gave you was a lot of information about a problem-solving process, which may seem rather lengthy, particularly if the directive is, let's fix it. But we wanted to put it on a calendar so you can see exactly how long each phase would take in order to get a good picture of where we are. And you can see where we are now at the school board meeting at the very end of phase 2. So phase 3, and sometimes the phases overlap each other, but we wanted to put it on a calendar so you could see that very clearly.
As Ms. Hazel mentioned, we believe it's very important to analyze and capture data during multiple periods or snapshots of time for Volusia Live implementation. This helps us identify and isolate trends and concerns and propose solutions. As we review this data, we recognize that this survey was completed during the first week of school by our Volusia Live teachers who had completed 3 full days of Volusia Live instruction. We received an impressive response rate with 1,123 Volusia Live teachers completing the survey in full. As you may recall, we have shared this slide in a previous board meeting, which notes the top 3 concerns that were identified during this period of time. These concerns were identified as discomfort in managing technology platforms and face-to-face students, the students' technology issues at home for Volusia Live instruction, and the lack of student involvement in Volusia Live. During this survey, we also asked teachers to provide proposed solutions to the concerns that were expressed. We have randomly selected a few comments to share with you today. You'll note within these comments and some of the other data that we'll share with you this evening, trending solutions that are proposed to improve Volusia Live. For example, comment 392 proposes the solution of one modality of teaching and learning, pure Volusia Live or pure brick and mortar. As you can see, other comments ranged in proposed solutions and suggestions. As we started the second week of school and continued with phase 1 of Volusia Live continuous improvement, we wanted to gain additional feedback and suggestions from teachers and administrators active in Volusia Live. We felt like that was very important. A task force was created with district staff, school-based administrators, and teachers. The team worked through the same questions as Ms. Hazel mentioned that were administered during the first week of school. What is going well, what needs to be improved, and what solutions can be put into place for Volusia Live. During this time together, we were able to dig deeper into specific issues and concerns that may not have been able to be identified earlier. Teachers in the task force were now in their second week of teaching, and concerns became more prioritized and were clearly evident. There are common themes identified for concerns with Volusia Live, and some of these themes mirror much of the feedback that was expressed during the Week 1 teacher survey. Planning and managing brick and mortar and Volusia Live students was a consistent concern. Additionally, there was a lot of feedback related to the lack of parent etiquette and expectations, and lack of student expectations and behavioral disruptions during Volusia Live instruction. Teachers expressed their concerns related to security in the testing environment for both modalities. There were also concerns with the fluid enrollment of Volusia Live students and the impact on teaching and learning. The task force then generated solutions. Solutions were then classified into buckets or groups to find commonality within the following categories: structure, environment, and resources. Structure was identified as a high impact and extensive task. This would include adjusting and reviewing master schedules for Volusia Live to create pure classes to the best ability possible. There were suggestions for improved procedures within the structure of Volusia Live. For example, fluid enrollments and/or deadline for a commitment to a learning option, and reviewing testing schedules for any flexibility in assessments. The environment was another high impact category with much feedback proposed for clearly defining the expectations within the student's home environment and the teacher's classroom environment. The last of the remaining solutions were classified as resources. Resources to assist with improved communication, behavioral and instructional expectations, and Volusia Live support.
As we continue into week 3, we approach phase 2 and begin to narrow the scope of specific feedback through transparent PLC meetings. The principal at each school, as Rachel mentioned, was asked to identify one PLC who presented the most opportunities for growth. During these meetings, a member of the Learning Technologies team, along with a content-specific member from Teaching and Learning, facilitated constructive and openly transparent conversations related to their recent instructional and technical concerns as they relate to Volusia Live. Collectively, our objective was to listen to concerns and identify solutions. During the PLC, a member from the Learning Technologies team recorded the survey data presented in the following slides. Through the data we collected, you will first notice the participating stakeholders during the PLC. Aside from teachers and members from the Learning Technologies and the Teaching and Learning team, a member from the high school's administrative team participated in every PLC. You will also notice that either the DLTL, academic coach, and/or the media specialist actively participated in the meeting. Each stakeholder in the PLC holds a unique perspective from implementation to support to help facilitate the conversation and provide authentic Volusia Live feedback. We were able to validate our task force Volusia Live data with our PLC meetings. The second piece of data shown is regarding the issues related to Volusia Live. You will notice that each category presented has been verified as an issue by being selected. However, it is important to note the top 3 concerns are first, managing double modalities, second is planning double modalities, and third are student expectations and behavioral concerns. The next piece of data that we collected is related to proposed solutions for the aforementioned issues. From the current data chart, you will see an outstanding solution proposed by the PLCs in which they believe in creating student protocols related to Volusia Live specifically. Student protocols is double the following runner-up categories, which include the student choice deadline, continuous review of scheduling for Volusia Live classrooms, and troubleshooting technical concerns. In an effort to provide additional feedback data related to Volusia Live, we also surveyed our digital learning teacher leaders, also known as our DLTLs. Our DLTLs serve a unique perspective as the technical contact at each school. Please note that the DLTL position is a supplemented position who may also serve as the school's media specialist, academic coach, or grade level classroom teacher. We understand that they are on the front lines of support for our teachers in terms of Volusia Live and technical concerns. Considering they are aware of the issues related to Volusia Live, we wanted them to gauge the severity of the issues. The DLTLs rated each issue on a rating scale from 1 to 5, 1 being low severity and 5 being critical. On this slide, managing double modalities for brick and mortar and Volusia Live students was identified as most critical at a 3.76 out of 5. You will notice that the rating continues to the following slide, which demonstrates fluid enrollments of Volusia Live students as being the most critical at 4.13 out of 5. The last rating scale is related to the management of substitutes, and it is rated at a 3.92 out of 5. Overall, the top 3 severe issues from the DLTLs are the following in order of most to least severity: fluid enrollments, lack of secure testing, and the management of substitutes. As we move into proposed solutions from the DLTLs, it will be important to note that the DLTL solutions are derived from the DLTL perspective related to their Tier 1 support for technical concerns. The top 3 solutions from DLTLs are troubleshooting structure for technical concerns, student choice deadline and or commitment for live versus brick and mortar, and student protocols.
So now that you've heard all the information and how we gathered the information and decided upon solutions, I know that this is the part that everybody's been waiting for. So what are we going to do? What are we going to put in action to help make this better? The first thing that we've identified is to drastically reduce the hybrid Volusia Live classes. This model that we are approaching now with our middle and high schools, Ms. Kaur is going to present a lot more in depth in the next few slides, but that commitment has been made. The next piece is to develop a student code of conduct and Volusia Live compact. This work was already done, was started. There was a guidelines and handbook put together as far as student behavior is concerned. However, what our teachers are really looking for is something with a little bit more teeth in it, for lack of a better term. They would like something that our parents sign, that students sign, that they clearly understand what the behavioral expectations and protocols are for Volusia Live. So that'll be a matter of taking that information and translating it into a signed form that teachers can review with students. Another proposed solution is to host student and parent protocol sessions, more like orientations. We dove right into the world of academia with Volusia Live without real orientation sessions for how to be an online student. And so these sessions would be more of how to work the platform, how to respond in class, how to engage in class, and be an active learner in those classes. Some changes that we're currently working on that are in the works are to improve attendance and grade reporting for Volusia Live regional teachers. Currently, if you're a regional teacher, there are many, and I'm not going to say this well, but there's many tabs to open if you're taking attendance or grading. And we are working on some computer programming that will make that easier for those teachers. And then the last thing has to do with our testing options. Testing security at the secondary level was a huge concern. So our last recommendation would be to look at our current testing requirements and to eliminate or make possible take off the plate any of those testings which are not completely necessary. So that'll be our curriculum department looking at those.
Okay, thank you. So we would be remiss if we did not look from every angle at some of the implications, of revamping our Volusia Live plan. And we are all in to make this happen. After Thursday's meeting on Friday, we had a principals meeting with all of our middle and high school principals in the afternoon to talk and get them ready and oriented to the work that was coming. We want to make sure we're creating the majority of pure classes in secondary as best we can, understanding that there may still be an occasion for a hybrid, but we are going to reduce that down to almost nothing whenever possible. An example I might give you for that would be in middle school, a band teacher who only has band 3, which is the advanced band class, 1 period a day, and there's only 1 band teacher, and there are live students. We would not want to exclude those students from that band class, as that wouldn't be fair to the student. However, that would be an outlier and would be an exception. Whenever possible, we will be making sure that those classes are either pure live or pure face-to-face classes. Elementary schools have their own challenges with class size, and if you'll recall, there were quite a few elementary teachers who did opt in to teaching the hybrid. However, we are going to be separating those out as well because we really want to make sure that we're consistent throughout the 3 levels. And we do need to think about the implications of class size and how this will affect that. Remembering that when we build our master schedules in secondary, and when we're having this conversation, if you would please think about our largest high schools and how intricate those master schedules are, down to our smallest middle school, which is also a little tougher because they have fewer teachers. So they may only have 2 teachers per subject area in a certain grade, and that makes movement a little more difficult. What we want to do is look at the factors we're considering and the implications. We are entering FTE. Believe it or not, our FTE window starts in a week and 3 days. So the timing of this has to be and must be taken into consideration because our primary focus and dedication needs to be to actively making sure our FTE reports are accurate and that down the road we're not getting audit exceptions that could cost us money. So we know we cannot leave any dollars on the table, first of all. And the work that our data administrators do, especially at the secondary level, leading up to FTE week, well, you see FTE week is October 5th through the 9th, but that's not all that FTE is. So for weeks prior to the date certain and the week of FTE, we're working on edits like ESE edits, instructional minutes, ESOL, attendance. And the attendance window opens, as I said, on September 25th. What can't happen and has never traditionally happened during FTE time is that we've done schedule changes. We have never done that. We freeze those records because of the state reporting requirement. Also in the midst of this, we have midterm reports. And we know we don't want to ever adversely affect students. So students who are earning grades, we don't want those grades to be lost because of a schedule change, where now, because of a change from Volusia Live to brick and mortar or a change in teacher, might impact a student losing their work that they've already accomplished, and we don't want that to happen. As we said, FTE is date certain is October 9th, and then traditionally the week after is when the district has an opportunity to create any last edits, any last fixes that we need to do prior to uploading to the state. On the heels of that, a couple weeks later is the end of our first quarter, later than traditional because we have amended our school calendar for the year. And then, as we all know, we have a teacher duty day built in there. With regard to first quarter grades, those grades need to be completed by the teachers, and they need to be posted and uploaded or pulled by the district, what we normally do at 5 p.m. on the teacher duty day. That is critical and crucial for students not to lose their grades and their credits in those classes. So the proposal then, on the next slide, please. We have tasks, who's responsible, and when this would occur. What we feel, and I spoke at length with Stephanie Workman and Tina Skipper, who are very invested in this as well with us, what would be our ideal plan so that we could help the teachers, help the students, and also be in compliance with all of the things we need to do for FTE and not get ourselves into a situation where, you know, we might have a problem with regard to grades and student reporting. So there is a way. The good news is, and what we're going to basically be doing is rebuilding our master schedules. Please keep in mind that when we build master schedules, we traditionally do it in the summer, and it can take 2 to 2.5 to 3 months to complete an entire master schedule. I just want to frame that. In addition, when our data administrators are working on master schedule in the summer, that's their primary responsibility. There's little else they are doing except for 10 hours a day, 4 days a week, working on master schedule. So now, while they're working on the FTE edits and the FTE work they have to do, and when they can fit it in, they're going to be working on basically creating a whole new master schedule behind the scenes. And there's a way that Stephanie Workman said we can do it, where it won't affect kids, it won't look like they have double classes, it won't affect attendance, it won't affect our reporting, and everything remains behind the scenes in an inactive status. We have to train our data administrators on how to do that so that it's done correctly. Once that happens, then they can start creating new sections. So what we told them on Friday was we are going old school. Take out your old grid. This is the way I learned to do master schedule. 7 periods across, the teacher's down, and you start gridding out based on the numbers of enrollment, based on the number of students that have chosen live, because they have that information, based on the number of students that are coming into the building, and start gridding it out on paper so that once we get the training, they're ready to go ahead and put it into focus. Excuse me. The next thing that we would do is then we would start changing the student schedules, where there will be flipping that may have to occur, because if I was a blended teacher and Ms. Hazel was a blended teacher, now I'm taking all the live kids and she's taking the face-to-face kids, that will be a teacher change. In the best case scenario, a student might not be affected at all. That would be wonderful. But we have to be prepared for the fact that a student may encounter a teacher change during this process. So once the sections are created behind the scenes, then student schedules can start being created. Again, we're allowing about 3 weeks for that process. Thinking of if you have 2,000 kids in a high school, which we still do, there isn't a mass way they're going to have to touch each individual kid. That just takes time. The first quarter grades are due. We already mentioned that. Once those grades are posted and pulled, then we can hit the switch and move the kids into the new schedules. Why there's a delay there is because what has to be done in order to do that is to deactivate the old schedules and activate all the new ones, and that the best case scenario to do that based on what Ms. Workman told me would be over the weekend. So our data administrators are committed to doing this over that weekend so that when the kids walk in that Monday morning, then their new schedule is there, and you'll see drastically reduced numbers of the hybrid, if any, on some cases. Very few should be. and the students would then follow their new schedules, and that would be also the beginning of the second quarter. So we've captured their grade for the first quarter. They're not penalized there. If there happens to be a teacher change, they're starting fresh with a new quarter. And so it does, that timeline is better than waiting until the semester, because that's a whole nother 9 weeks. But it also would help us align with all of those other timelines that are required and that are extremely important for us to make sure are correct. So that is our plan for the implementation of that.
And that brings us to our last slide, which is how we continue this work and our next steps. We're going to continue to collaborate with the task force, departments and stakeholders on our action plan and implement that action plan right away. And then we'll evaluate and begin phase 1 again, follow up with teacher surveys, and continue the cycle of improvement for our secondary learners and begin that work with our elementary learners. And that is what we have, so we'll take any questions.
Okay. Mr. Persis, I'll start with you. Do you have any questions?
Excuse me, Madam Chair, did you call on me?
Yes. Do you have any questions?
I want to compliment the district staff and everyone who was involved in putting together this very comprehensive plan. I will just suffice it to say I'm looking forward to November the 9th.
As are we, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Cologne?
So this past week, or gosh, it feels like it was just Monday. Today's Tuesday.
Today's Tuesday.
Right, Elizabeth? Feels like it was a week ago we did this. We had the pleasure of actually seeing and sitting down with understanding the thought process behind what it was going to take to do this, and the task is huge. I'll say this out loud, and word is actually already out. Some parents are already expressing concerns because they're hearing that their students' schedules are going to be changing. And so we learned some real, by looking at real numbers, that, by doing the pure classes, our classroom sizes are going to increase in physical students in the room, where right now a teacher may have 10 students in the room and 8, 10 on the Volusia Live. That's going to shift around where they'll likely have 20 students in the room, but only have one audience at a time doing, one or the other, which is what my teachers begged for. We'll do one or the other. And so there are real, and my question to Mr. West when we looked at the allocations was, what were we looking at as far as what is a safe number in a classroom? We know the state hasn't given us one penny to do anything different than what we've always done. But at what point do we say that's too many kids in that classroom? At what point do we say, instead of, yes, we can go up to 24 kids, 25 kids, I think it is, and in some cases it's even more. At what point do we say that's enough for a given teacher with the reality of COVID? And so there will be classrooms that are going to be packed. And so that teacher is going to go from 10 students being physically there to 20 being in the classroom. And that is a real reality. There are scenarios where a student may be in a regular class or has to go up to an honors class, or vice versa. Maybe the class, there's too many students in the live, so some students may not be able to be in that advanced class because there's nowhere to put them. So there's a lot of things that I was able to see in that short period of time that this is going to have a huge impact on our communities and on our schools, on students' electives. You know, there can't be that many students in the class. And so a child may be taking one elective today, but maybe there's too many kids and they may not be able to take that elective. So they may have to switch their elective to a different, I mean, am I saying anything that's?
You're correct.
So they may have to switch their elective. And so if, you know, so that's one consideration. And again, I think, you know, if I remember correctly, Deltona High, who I think went to work on this all weekend, pretty much, I'm sure some can speak to that. You know, they were looking at, I want to say it was 50 or 60 students, and Elizabeth, you can correct me if I'm wrong, whose schedules were pretty much going to be totally transformed because they may be in one class and not the other. And so, you know, this is a huge task, but I think that if we are not careful, we're going to borderline on not being sensitive to the fact that social distancing is still required. And so I asked a question of Mr. West. I said, you know, what do we consider to be a max? Because, you know, is 24 kids okay? Do we stop at 20 where we could still be fiscally responsible? Because the state has done absolutely nothing to help us social distance. You know, then we talked about, well, what would it look like if we regionalize that Algebra 1 class? You separate all of your live kids. These are the amount of students that are doing Algebra 1, regardless of where the teacher is. You know, they're going to have a teacher that's dedicated just to live. Well, that's a possibility, but that would require a different bunker where, you know, and I don't know how to do this, where you say, okay, we have 300 kids, and that means we need X amount of teachers to cover these kids regardless of where these kids are. Now, I didn't realize till today, of course, I don't live in this world, you know, what it's like to take attendance as students in 12 different schools. So that's a real aspect of what we're doing here. So this is a huge task with huge consequences that we're going to have to be prepared to face. Now, I believe, and this is just Ruben, that regional approach is probably going to be what will save us, because then at that point, you can keep the teacher and the unit at that school. Like, I think Deltona's looking at losing like 10 units, and I think Pine Ridge isn't too far behind that. Because when our students do return, where are these teachers going to be? Well, they may be teaching something else somewhere else, and so they won't be available for Deltona High. And now we're going to be putting a permanent sub there come January because the position is not there anymore. So these were things that I learned and was able to see and consider. And like I said, it's already out. A parent is saying, you know, I heard my kids, this isn't fair. And now other parents are saying, hey, let me be quite honest with you, my kid's doing live and my kid's ignored the whole time. They're talking to the students in class, they're not talking, because we agree that this is very, very difficult to do, to have two groups. But the fix is going to be huge. You know, there's going to be a lot of folks who are just going to not understand why we have to do what we have to do. You know, and I always go back to what Jamie says, is it good for children? And the answer is yes. You know, those kids are not getting the whole attention of the teacher in one place or the other. And so, you know, that makes it good for children, but is putting 25 kids in the class with the teacher good for teachers, or good for other students for that matter? So I think that's a real fine line. We're going to have to find what the balance of that is, because the state says fill the room, you know, but can we responsibly and ethically do that is a different question. So that's all I have on that. Thank you. I mean, I'm sorry, did I say anything that was off? I'm just trying to.
No, the only clarification I would give is that our class size, when we look, the state formula for class size has not changed. So when we're looking at the number of, for our core classes, now electives are different because there isn't a formula for that. We didn't change when we're looking at unit allocations. We kept in mind what our state class size is, and certainly wanted to go lower than that, keeping in mind everything that you said. But one of the things Mr. West said in his presentation was that we took each school individually, even as far as classroom by classroom, because, and I can give you one example, there was one elementary school that we discussed at length at the unit size committee because it's an older building. Their rooms are very, very small. And so when we looked at applying the same formula across the board, it wouldn't work for that school where it might work at another school. So that was the approach we took at the unit committee.
So we're taking a classroom look, not a average look, because the school average, because of the ESE, and I'm learning, because of the ESE, the EBD, and those programs, typically that helps the school-wide average.
Right.
And what I am imploring that we do is that we keep mind of that teacher and what the space looks like in their building, and that's a valid point, but that we not just say, here's 24 kids because you can have 24 kids when we know they're going to be packed in there as sardines. That's not responsible either. So there's a real fine line that we have to find, and I think you brought up a good point. It's going to depend on school by school, and so, you know, making sure that the principal is a part of that conversation to be able to say, not just you're losing X amount of units because of this formula, but would this work for your school? And they know what room that teacher's in. They know what it looks like. They know, you know, I'm not going to say every classroom is different, but they know. And so, you know, if you tell that principal, okay, you're going to put 22 kids in there, well, what's he going to do? Well, he's got to put 22 kids in there. Where he may say, you know what, he or she may say, you know what, that room's a little bit smaller. Maybe we get them a bigger room. Maybe we say 18, we went in there and we moved the desks around. 18's about the most we can cram in that room. We just have to be sensitive to that because, you know, this is going to, I'm afraid this will swing the other direction where our employees will not feel safe. And, you know, we can't accomplish both things. And so the question is, what is that middle ground? And
well, and the other thing we have to keep in mind is the fluidity of the plan itself. When we have students who are transitioning back from Volusia Live into brick and mortar, and how do we make that work and maintain a dedicated teacher to Volusia Live or brick and mortar? So it's not to say that on any given day you have these students show up, what can you do? But our goal is certainly to maintain and stay within that class size model, because that has not changed. We're still held to the class size amendment.
I'm good. Thank you.
Who would like to go next?
I will.
Go ahead.
I'm in awe that y'all did this in such a short period of time. I couldn't have done it, but you all did, and I must say how it's. Someone said to fix it, and you all did, and it's truly inspiring that we have such talent in this district. And you're all females too.
RBG?
Yeah, RBG. We asked that you get feedback, and you did. You got feedback, and we asked for a cross-section, definitely teachers. I didn't even think of the DLTLs, and you all did, so thank you. You asked curriculum leaders, you asked district leaders, and you consulted principals. And the PLCs, what a great idea. No wonder I walked in on several principals in their PLCs. Now I understand. So that cross-section of data collection was very innovative. You examined the problems. You just didn't hash and just bemoan them. You created solutions. And not only did you create the solutions, but you created a plan for implementation. And then even to create something to go back and reevaluate, because we all know if you're in education, middle name of education is change. If we don't change, we don't grow. If we don't have challenges, we can't rise above those challenges and meet them. And obviously you certainly did. But one thing I said on Thursday, I said, please give our teachers hope. And you have. And I just want to say, and it doesn't, and I don't even think it's sufficient, but thank you. Thank you very much. Because I know you lost some sleep.
We have
So
a really good team.
Yes. Well, yes. I wish I had in my whole body what some of these ladies have in their tiny little fingers. So I'm in definite awe. So I'm thinking of chocolate sometime. So thank you very, very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Ms. Haynes?
So I too want to reiterate what Mrs. Cuthbert said, and I want to thank you for the work that you've already done and the plan that you have laid out. And I know that you've only addressed high school so far, and you're headed to middle and elementary. I want to speak about elementary for a minute and make sure that we don't leave them behind. But my question really for elementary is this. Since we know that you're already working on, based on what Mr. West shared earlier today about the unit allocations, so are you looking at holding elementary to the same time frame also? Or are you looking at possibly moving them a little quicker? Because what I see at elementary is, other than like the regional for the ESE and the gifted, and I'll talk about like special area in a moment, it's pockets, you know, where the decision was made. And, you know, you're talking about a single grade level, you know, most of the time. And so I just don't know, I mean, do we have to drag this out for elementary all the way to November 9th, or can we move quicker on elementary?
That's a great question, and I'm actually glad that you asked it, because we did meet with secondary this week and last week, my days are running together too, Mr. Clone. We did start first with the high school because that was where it was most prevalent. But I've spoken with a lot of elementary principals in the last 2 days with these unit allocations at length. And you were right. For the most part, the most lengthy task and difficult task, which is separating out those hybrid models, is accomplished at our elementary. Not that we don't have some hybrid teachers, but it's just not as large of an issue. And we've already got some regionalization models set up. And so that will be a much quicker solve than it will be, and it won't involve changing so many schedules. We'll have little pockets of schedules changed, but not huge changes. And the other things that we're going to implement, we're not looking at a November 9th deadline to put together the behavioral expectations. That can be done. We want to take the time to get input, but it can be done very quickly. The testing, looking at the testing calendar, can be done very quickly. The parent orientations, we need to really thoughtfully put together some parent orientations, make sure we're putting everything in there that we got the feedback on, but that also can be accomplished. So I think in totality, the action plan, the last step of it is going to be changing middle school and high school schedules, but implementing these things and taking data on their impact can be on a faster timeline.
And I understand. I mean, I understand the timeline, and that's why I started talking about this in June, because I knew what it took to do secondary schedules. I mean, secondary schedules are just a beast all by themselves, where elementary is not really that way, because if you're a first grade teacher and there's 6 of you, you know, you teach first grade. So, you know, in the event like they're doing the hybrid, say, for a first grade somewhere, you know, I think it would be easier to go ahead and disband and have strictly live or strictly, face-to-face. And I was hoping that we wouldn't have to drag them all the way out till November 9th. Because there's also that piece at elementary, because they spend all day with their teacher for the most part, unless they, get some additional services or things like that. They're flexible, they really are, little people are, but at the same time, they kind of already build a relationship. So my next question is this, and are we stating, which is what I think we stated as a board, that we want minimal hybrid out there?
Right.
It really comes down to that singleton, Spanish 3 or an IB course or whatever. So are we gonna allow people to make those choices, or we're gonna stay firm that you're gonna do one or the other? And maybe that's...
My understanding, and Dr. Balgobin will correct me if I'm wrong, but my takeaway from the impasse hearing was that it would not be a choice once we were able to make the changes. Is that
Correct.
Okay.
That's what I've stated to the team
Okay.
after our hearing last week, Madam Chair.
Okay, so I'm happy to hear that, because since we had the meeting last week, there's been information shared out there where, they're like, well, we didn't get a choice, or how come you got a choice, there's just so many mixed messages, and sometimes I think that they believe we make some kind of rules, and we, apply it to school A, but we don't allow school B, which is not the case. There is that piece where, principals and teachers have some input, and so I'm happy to hear that. But my next thing is, and this is the part I really don't understand, and I'm still talking about elementary. We've received some emails from special area teachers at elementary, and it's not clear, because some of them are stating that they're doing hybrid periods of PE, art, and music, and then they're also doing live periods. They've also had kids from other schools added into their art, music, and PE, and so I'm really struggling with that because, I'll take an art teacher right now at the elementary level. So if, depending on, is it a 30-minute or a 40-minute special area time, they're already turning over how many kids, and then if they've got that live piece on top of it, and now we've added kids from another school to their live, I'm very confused by that.
So I would imagine that happens with the regionalization piece of it for like gifted or ESE. I would imagine that is where that happens, because the way our elementary schools have set up their schedule is that each teacher is assigned,
Right.
I'm preaching to the choir, each teacher is assigned a block of time. So if I'm a regional teacher and I have kids from other schools and that's my special area time, then they're probably getting all of those kids. But that really is the tweaking that we need to do to elementary schedules that we're talking about. And changing elementary student schedules does not have the implications that secondary does. We don't have the grading high stakes, the credit issues that the secondary face. So we can tweak those schedules. Now, FTE week is pretty sacred. You want to lock everybody in and keep that in. But beyond that, we can look at those.
So can you look at the elementary level and look at the number of students that are on live and possibly look at some form of regionalization
Yes.
for art, music, and PE, so that there's someone, if they're willing to do live and they're willing to do live all day, for elementary students, something like that, because it's just, it's one thing when you take that classroom teacher and I've got that same group of either 18 or 22 kids, all right, whether they're live or face-to-face, which is what we're moving to, but I really feel the stress I'm hearing from the special area teachers, because they see group after group after group, and they're mixed, or they've got so many, and live art is not like live face-to-face, okay? And if you got kindergartners face-to-face, and you got live I really just feel we need to take a look at that, and if we can somehow do some kind of regionalization so that the art teachers that are on campus, that are there to teach the face-to-face are not trying to juggle, because we've all learned to take attendance. And Clint, I'm assuming your team is working on how to streamline this attendance so that they don't have to have 12 different tabs open for attendance, and I appreciate that because I know that that was a hot topic. But I know why you started with high school, because it's going to take the longest to do. All right, I acknowledge that. I've seen those people live in that bunker, all summer long and not come out for air. But if we could kind of, have a conversation with our elementary principals, since they're getting their unit allocations, and, provide them with some guidance, be a sounding board for them if they just need to talk through, this is what I'm looking at doing. But if we could seriously take a long look at our special area teachers and come up with a better plan for them so that they're not so, so many different pieces. Because special area teachers, it's already, it's a revolving door. I mean, what we used to say is you're hoping that the teacher picking up on time picks them up, and the teacher bringing them doesn't bring them early. Because there's many times for special area, they're overlapping, because, I didn't see a reason why I can't take mine there 3 minutes early, and you're like, well, what's the problem if I pick mine up 2 minutes late, and then they've got double kids in front of them that they're trying to manage. So if we could do something with that. And then that brings me up to also our speech pathologist, because I'm also hearing that is kind of a piece, and I'm talking at the elementary level again, because that's where not that some kids don't receive those services later on, but most of them are in elementary. Could we look at some kind of regionalization, piece there? And I know that it's dictated by their IEP goals and, what are they working on? Are they working on the language skills or actually the speech piece and things like that? But that also seems to be kind of a little disjointed.
Yes.
And so I just would appreciate that, and if we could, your timeline as far as middle and high goes, it is what it is, and I really need our middle and high teachers to understand, because that scheduling is harder, and know that we appreciate them, and if they just can hang in here, help is on the way. But if we could just move a little bit quicker on elementary, because also elementary parents, they build relationships with teachers. If we could just kind of,
We can move that along.
make that one. But I do appreciate knowing that, so we're just not going to let people choose to keep doing this. We're going to, okay.
That was my understanding.
Yep, and I would be remiss if I didn't mention that I have had at least 3 middle school principals who coincidentally in their former life were data administrators who are ready to go. And they asked for permission to go sooner than the timeline. So absolutely, as long as, again, we protect that FTE week, they're able to do it more quickly. We wanted to have that timeline in place for those schools that will take longer. But we have some middle schools that are ready to go because of the allocation meetings they had. They already started doing that work.
I can attest to that. I met with one yesterday who said, I'm waiting for him to tell me to flip the switch.
Yeah.
I'm ready.
Well, and you know what? I appreciate that.
Yeah.
I mean, I think we all appreciate the fact that they heard, and I'm sorry for some of them that worked all weekend, and for their family members that didn't get to spend any time with them. But I do appreciate the fact that they already all are taking a look at it. And I thank all of you for what you've done. This is right.
Mr. Persis, you sure you don't have anything you want to say?
No, I already made my comments. I agree with what's been said by Mr. Cologne, Ms. Haynes, Ms. Cuthbert. This is something that we just need to do, and I'm sure between now and November 9th, it's not like we're gonna wait until November 9th. We're gonna continue to make progress and flex the schedules and continue to minimize the amount of simultaneous teaching that's going on everywhere until we reach that time. And then we'll need to make the big decision between November the 9th and the second semester start, just where we want to be with life. But for now, let's just get to November 9th and see how it goes.
Okay, thank you. So my question is actually more so for Clint.
Almost.
So, Mr. Griffin,
Yes, ma'am.
because I'm telling you, just hearing Ms. Core say they're going to do it the old-fashioned way just causes my skin to just cringe. With this new system, are you telling me we did not invest in a scheduling component?
There is a scheduling component, but I believe, and Rachel can probably help me a little bit.
Oh, she's coming back. Ms. Core's coming back.
Or Ms. Core. Yeah, I believe it's actually being used by the current schedule. So it's not something that has ever been written. Any SIS system is written to do what we're about to do. We're in uncharted territory system-wise just as much as we are COVID-wise. Blowing up a master schedule in the middle of a school year, I don't know anybody who's ever done that. This is something that we've talked to other districts, and they just almost like hang up the phone on us when we mention we're about to go down this path. So we have actually been working very diligently with the founder and the main programmer of Focus to see what we can do just to fix some of the regionalization challenges that we have. But to actually run dual schedules for a school or a classroom in one system is not conducive to any FTE. You know, it would be a complete disaster. So I think, you know, to let Patty kind of elaborate.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Griffin. Also, I think what you're referencing, we experienced in Crosspoint. We used to have that capability in Crosspoint when we were in the scheduling process over the summer. We could run up to 10 plans at one time because you put in your plan number while you're making the master schedule. And you try it and you run it and you're at 50%. No, I'm going to change some things. Now I'm going to start on plan 2. And you could have plan 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And whichever one gave you the best result is the one then you lock in. But once you lock in and we flipped over, we called it the 900 screen to the 600 screen, then that's all you have. So Focus is similar in that regard, that now that our schedules are locked in, we don't have that capability, but what we do have the capability, what I meant when I told them on Friday to start gridding it out on paper, so that once Stephanie trains them, they can input the section numbers. We're gonna have to run them as inactive, so they kind of stay behind the scenes. So the data administrator will see all the sections, but the kids won't, the teachers won't. Nobody else can actually see it. It's not live yet, for lack of a better word. And so they're inactive until we make them active. So we can be doing that work, but it is different than when we build a master schedule from, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so it's twofold to that.
Okay.
That was part of my question, because, no, you can stay there. Okay. You seem to know the answers. So when we create schedules before they go live, do we not keep a copy of what we've created? So if we need to go and manipulate it again in the system, if that makes sense. Can we do that?
Not that I'm aware of. Yeah.
And you may not know, I'm just asking.
Yeah, I'm not aware of that.
I think in hindsight, we could have possibly spun up a dev environment or a test environment to where we could have, if we would foresee that being something that we were going to look to do. At this point, we don't have that, no.
Okay.
But I think it might be a lesson learned, that we could have some type of development or test environment specifically to hold the schedule tight. But in a production environment, we can't run both. and that's the challenge.
Okay, and you're right, because that was one of my questions. I do believe all of them should keep a test environment schedule, and if anything happens, because then it's easy to go and take that schedule and manipulate it to do what you want without causing a lot of headache. My next question, I'm saying this, Ms. Core, and to the team, Ms. Hazel, please make sure we don't post live. Make sure we stay in an inactive stage until it's time for us to go live.
That would be very confusing for a lot.
Yeah. So, but no, that was my question, because as you all were talking, and I have talked to 2 data APs who's kind of a little angry with me. I just said, it is really hard for me to grasp the complexity when I say if you have technology, but now that I understand that once you lock and you don't have a backup to go and manipulate, it makes a little more sense, but okay. Because they have argued with me for 3 weeks on this. And I just said, as much as you've argued with me, you could have already fixed your problem. But I said, I'm just trying to find out why we don't have technology that really would make your lives much easier, especially when we go with the new system. I want to make sure that we are getting the best bang for our buck. Okay.
And my crash course into Focus as I've been working on this stuff, I was in Crosspoint for a very long time, and when Focus came, I said, wow, I wish I would have learned how to master schedule and Focus. Well, I can check that off my bucket list, because now that I've been working with VOL, I know how to do all of those things. And that's exactly what Clint said. These programs are designed to build your master schedule and run for the year. They're not designed for a reboot in them. They're just not. It's They expect that, okay, here's your master schedule, and it's built to do the things for the 180 days that you have students in a sequential order, and that's how the program is built.
Okay.
Yeah.
But
Which is why I put on the timeline about the TBD, because as soon as I can get the bunker reserved and get with Stephanie with her schedule to train the data administrators, one of the principals even asked, which I thought was a great idea, can we reactivate the bunker and let our data administrators go with her there and work? Because that is very important that those things stay in the background until we're ready to bring them to the light, if you will.
So,
Thank you.
Thank you. So, Mr. Griffin, yeah, just check with them to see if that's possible, where we can have a dormant schedule in the background in the event anything could cause us to have to do this again.
We'll do
Okay.
it.
That's it. That's all. Oh, go ahead, Ms.
Just one comment, but I don't think technology designs anything unless there's a need for it. And so now we have a need for it. Maybe other districts might have a need for it too. So I think then it can be designed by those who don't think like I do.
Well, no, there are scheduling software, but I'm sure it's different for K-12 than higher ed. And so I don't know if do you buy a generic, or is it custom built for us?
A little bit of both.
Okay.
But I will say, Focus is engaged in doing things now they've learned along the way as well, right? Like, we've hit them with things the last 2 weeks that they would have never thought they would have been asked to do for a customer. Regionalization is a great example of that. Teachers have to jump into, 60, 70, 80 windows for one class just to get all of their students in their courses, because they're hopping into a school, they're hopping into that school's class for that, then they're hopping into another class for that same student, 4 and 5 and 6 classes for each student per school times 15, 20 kids. There's never been an ask to say, hey, we want to regionalize and have our students in all of these different schools be taught by one teacher from one school. That's something that we're working on with them. That's a total customization, because they've never been asked to do that before as a system requirement, because typically a student is associated with a school, the teacher is associated with a school, they don't move. So there is things that they are going to have to do now that they see the need possibly because of COVID has brought on all of these things. I will say that the regionalization isn't something that is super popular out there with school districts. I think we're definitely, one of the groundbreakers in paving our new path with that for them. Focus isn't used in every district, but their districts were one of their customers that are really tackling this a little more so than others. But I do think it's a legitimate ask to have a test environment just for the schedule of where we were, not to have went live, so we can always go back and tweak that. I do believe that's an honest ask.
Okay. And but I have one question. Thank you. Now you come back, Ms. Hazel. So as you put the group together, did we think about asking a couple parents to give some input?
I'm glad you asked that question. I actually reached out to a few parents myself and independently. Now, they were not part of the formal survey piece of it, but some I think that we would all be familiar with. To be very honest, and their answers mirrored what the teachers said when we talked to them about what some of the struggles were. I had a very lengthy conversation with one parent last night, and she said a lot of what they said, like just learning how to use the platform was one of the more difficult things for her children, and interacting with the teachers. So we did not include them formally in this process because we were really looking at what it takes to teach it. But that is a good thought as we follow through and do other cycles to include the student perspective and the parent perspective.
Okay, all right. The reason I did ask, because I talked to a parent or someone who's actually helping some children, and one of the things they noticed, and I believe, I know we don't want to stifle our teachers' teaching. However, if you go in one class and everything is in Canvas and you use Zoom, and you go to another class and everything is in Canvas, but once you go to Teams, you actually lose the access to Canvas. And if you go back to Canvas, then they can't see your screen.
Right.
And so it's little things like that we're learning, but I do believe eventually we're gonna have to decide if we're gonna use Teams or Zoom,
Right.
especially if Canvas is going to be the host. And in Canvas, they could keep their screens on. Well, they're in Canvas. and Zoom, they could keep the screens on, they could see. But as soon as they toggle over to whatever reason, I'm not sure what that is, in Teams, then the camera, it goes off. So,
yeah.
And so I kind of witnessed that, couldn't give an explanation. But if we're trying to get both teachers and students comfortable in a certain format, that is a separate piece
Just giving
of the
them
puzzle
consistency.
that we just got to look and see how we made that consistent. That's all the questions for me, but thank you, great job. Go ahead, Mr. Colon.
And so then I'll ask a question, and it's, at what point do we realize a class cannot be delivered with live? For example, that art class may very well, my kids have done art on Volusia Online, and there's an actual digital art platform where they show them, there's, draw a picture with dimensions. And so they have to do it online, and they have a platform to do everything, and so your kid turns in their art project that way. In middle school, the art teacher that's teaching and actually, what our teachers are doing is they're making packets with their own money to send home with these kids to try to do the art assignment. At what point do we say to the ag student, if, the curriculum framework for this course says that you're going to accomplish these hands-on tasks, and that can't be delivered. We've tried it, it's not working. You can't go outside and name the parts of the pony because you never, and so at what point do we say, what this class, the chorus class, they're 4 seconds behind all the other kids. They can't sing at the same time.
So I'm gonna answer that for you. There's no subject, none, that you cannot teach in a live environment. You just have to know how to do it.
Correct. And
So I think, again, it goes back to making sure those teachers who really want to do it, we give them the tools, and they have to be, they gotta be willing to learn something new.
Yes. However, the
Okay.
chorus teacher that's gonna have students in front of her all day long because that's chorus class,
Mhm.
she can't deal with both groups at the same time because they just can't. And so if the class was more of a music theory, which is what a lot of the first 9 weeks is, you know, they're kind of getting away with it now, but as it progresses, not having the student in the school makes it very, very challenging. And so.
So I'm gonna use that same example you just gave. So if I had a chorus class, and this is the beauty of Zoom, I could actually put each of my students in a room, what we call a room, and they could practice everything they could. They could hear me, and I could make them mimic. I could record each of them. I could play it back. We could discuss. Again, it's just making sure they understand the tools they have. You can do it, but you just can't. I agree with you. You can't do it live and virtual, but I could be here teaching you. And the word I think is fazzato or whatever they do when they ripple their voices. I can put each 20 students in a different room. If we have Zoom education, they could listen to me, and I could have all of them do the same thing and record each of them. So then I can go back and share individually or share with the group. Again, when you got to know the tools you have, and you got to be trained on how to use the tools, and that is the only thing. There is nothing I could not teach in a live environment if I had everybody who understood how to teach in that environment. And that's why I don't know enough about teams. I can't say we can do that in teams, but in teams, can we put students in individual classrooms or individual rooms?
Well, they're 4 seconds behind is the issue. They can sing, but because of the internet and the wireless, the class is singing. They've got to turn down those students because they're 4 seconds behind. So again, you know.
You're missing the point. They don't have to sing together. They could be in their room. I could hear them. Their peers may not hear them, but then we could do a session. And that's why I said it is a lot about training, but I don't want to discredit. We could talk about this all night, but we have to make sure that they understand the tools, how to use the tools, and then how to integrate that in a live setting.
Gotcha.
Any other comments? Thank you, ladies. Thank you, gentlemen.
You're welcome.
18.01.
Yes, Madam Chair, I would, this is the adoption of amendments to School Board Policy 208E and 208S, Student Code of Conduct. At this time, I would like to call Ms. Rose Rowland. I didn't have to call her, she's already up here. Assistant Superintendent for Student Services, and she is going to present to us the proposed amendments to the School Board Policy 28E and 28S for the Student Code of Conduct.
Chairwoman Wright, school board members, Dr. Balgobin. On July 28th, at our regular school board meeting, board members approved the emergency adoption of amendments to the School Board Policy 208E and 208S regarding Student Code of Conduct. At that time, we added jurisdictional control, Confederate flags. We moved hitting and striking and pocketing knives from level 2 to level 3. Today, we are asking for approval to adopt the amendments presented on a permanent basis, as no other changes have been made since July 28, 2020.
Thank you. Superintendent Backlund, is there a recommendation?
Yes, Madam Chair. I recommend the adoption of the proposed amendments to School Board Policies 208E and 208S for Student Code of Conduct.
Okay. Colleagues, you've heard the superintendent recommendation. Is there a motion?
Move approval.
Second.
The motion was made by Mr. Carl Persis, second by Mr. Ruben Colon. Is there any discussion? Any questions we have from Ms. Rowland? Ms. Schultz, did we have anyone that want to speak to this issue? Okay. Any comments? Okay, I'll call for the vote. Mr. Ruben Colon?
Yay.
Ms. Jamie Haynes?
Yay.
Mr. Carl Persis?
Yay.
Ms. Linda Cuthbert?
Yes.
And Ida Wright, yes. Thank you. The motion approved unanimously. Moving down to 18.02.
Yes, Madam Chair. Approval of job descriptions, and here's Mr. West with us, our Chief of Human Resource. He's going to present to us today the approval of 2 job descriptions, the project analyst for information technology services and auto body technician for student transportation services, and he will answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Dr. Baldwin. The project analyst for information technology services is basically a job description that we attempted to bring up a couple of board meetings ago and had to take a look at it was a duplicate of the other one, so we were able to update this job description and bring it forward. Falls under the information technology services, and it is to support the facilities department construction and renovation projects. Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize.
Thank you.
Sorry about that. Yes, ma'am. So it is to support the facilities department construction and renovation projects, but it falls under the information technology services. The auto body technician falls under Mr. Aiken's division, actually in transportation, and in regards to supporting that area with our buses and our fleet.
Okay. Colleagues, Superintendent, is there a recommendation?
Yes, Madam Chair. I recommend the approval of the job descriptions for informational technology services, project analyst, and the student transformation auto body mechanic.
You've heard the superintendent's recommendation. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve. Both.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
The motion was made by Mr. Ruben Colon, seconded by Ms. Jamie Haynes. Is there any discussion, questions for
Madam
Mr.
Chair.
West? Yes.
I'm against the project technology services project analyst at this time because of the expense, and I think we need to fill the vacancies for our USAs first. I think we need more people, more techs in our schools, and we have been without sufficient techs for a very, very long time. They're a very valuable, specific skill that our schools more than ever need, and I think that is more important to fill rather than creating a brand new job description and costing the district that additional money. What, level 6 is what, $65,000?
The starting salary was, I believe it was 55.
65, that's an awful.
55.
Oh, 5?
55, yes, ma'am.
55,000?
55, yes, ma'am. But I understand. I hear
Yeah,
what you're saying, yes, ma'am.
We could hire at least 1.5
So
USAs for that.
I'm going to ask Mr. Griffin to come up and talk, because I know he has a number of comments to say, particularly about the USAs. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. And we've talked about this before. I totally agree with the USAs, and the 3-year strategic plan is to increase those numbers. There's actually 2 vacancies as we speak that they're either already interviewing for USAs or they're about to this week. And this position was actually already kind of funded, and it's actually saving the district money. This was part of, I believe it was about a month ago's board meeting, to where the job description was incorrect and the funding was already kind of allocated for that. This is just to kind of fix that job description error. So this isn't going to reflect at this point any USA shortages or anything like that. So the funding is actually, with what was allocated for our funding, or for my salary funding, is actually going to probably save at the end of the day between the 2 positions that were brought at that point, and this was one of them. It will actually save the district money when it's all said and done. And those 2 USA positions will be filled before this position. They're already kind of in the process.
Sir, I perfectly understand what you're saying. It's just that me particularly, have been listening to that same reasoning for a very long time. And I would really like to see those USAs hired first.
Absolutely.
Now, is this a brand new position?
This is a brand new position. So we did not have a project management office per se for the construction side of the house. And that is a very big challenge for our department. So we did bring a project manager in to work with facilities, but I'm not a believer in having a single person department, because if they take a vacation or if they are out sick for any length of time, so this would almost be like the assistant for that project manager to work for facilities. And one of the things that they're gonna have right on the docket is the one-to-one program. The project manager that works for me currently and this position will be working very closely to roll out the one-to-one program with the 33,000 devices. You can even add another 6,000 iPads to that, so about 40,000 devices to get us to one-to-one, because that falls under that line as a project kind of on the facility side of the house. It's not like a software ERP implementation or an SIS type of implementation project, but it's kind of like a hardware side of the house type of project. So, and Mr. Aiken can probably attest that having those liaisons between their department and our department is vital for the, any of the school remodels or any of the school builds or any of the network refreshes that we have with E-rate. This department is kind of the liaison for the E-rate, you know, a part of getting that money and working with our E-rate vendor and those type of things. So it's a very vital position, but I will, you know, obviously do whatever the superintendent and the board's recommendation is, and hiring those USAs first will absolutely happen.
It's just we do not have enough. How many USAs do we have? 15, 20?
Right now, we have 15 with 2 vacancies with 17, and I believe I will have 18 probably by the end of this, probably this calendar year.
Okay, the calendar year, so we need more than that.
Absolutely.
Especially when we have so many issues with technology and live. We need more assistance. You know, there used to be one assigned to every high school, and that's 10 right there. I think that's where the importance is, because that's on campus, that's ground, and if there's a problem with master scheduling or live or anything else, and so I'm not discounting the importance of this position. I'm just saying right now with our current needs, I think the USAs is where we should invest our money. And second of all, if you did fill this position, who would you be promoting within our school district into that position? Would it be a Volusia County employee, or would you go outside to fill it?
I am a firm believer in promoting within if the right candidate is there, giving those folks the first opportunity, absolutely.
Okay, so there would be equal opportunity for the USAs we have already
Absolutely.
to be promoted into that position. Because we have USAs who've been around for 20 years and have not been able to move up at all. But right now, I think our need is for USAs. And maybe when that comes up, then we can consider this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Haynes?
Okay, so I actually talked to Mr. Griffin back, you know, and talked about, because if you read in the description on the board docs, it talked about he gave up 3 positions to move towards this. And when you read what's required for the qualifications, and then also like their required skills and what they're gonna do, the performance responsibilities, for years we've been dealing with, yes, you have USAs, but then at the same time, we've been dealing with certain pieces falling under Mr. Aiken with facilities. And so sometimes you walk into a school and we need something done at the school technology-wise, because it could be something with the wiring, it could be activating a port, activating a phone line, different things like that. And the fingers just get pointed as to, well, no, that's not my job, that's your job, and that person goes, no, that's not mine, because we've had these people in 2 different departments. So I actually understand what's being asked for tonight, and just even as simple as being at Southwestern Middle School the other day and finding out that their ports had not been active. I will tell you, when Pearson Elementary opened, you walked into the back of the media center and there was the beautiful, you know, piece to activate the ports in the rooms with not a single wire in it because nobody had activated it. And the USAs were like, well, that's not our job. That's facilities' job, you know, for the thing. And so really, my understanding is this is gonna fall under you, okay? So it's not gonna be any more of one group pointing fingers at another group and nobody accepting responsibility. But with all of the redesigns we have going on, with all of the construction we have going on, we have to have somebody making sure the right, because I've sat in those meetings before where you have to talk about, when you look at a classroom, what kind of wires are we putting in there? Where are we putting ports? Are we putting ports in the place that teachers can access the ports? Because I think Mr. Cologne can share, when they went out to University High, you got different setups in every room because there's no consistency, because what a construction person just says, I'm running wires, but they need a technical person to go, but the wires need to be run this way, and this needs to be activated. And where do you activate it? Because, so I understand what you're trying to do, and I understand how you're trying to bring it in, so there's no more of this. We go 3 weeks and nobody gets help because nobody's accepting responsibility. So I'm actually in support of it, because I've seen what happens when you're dealing with people in 2 different areas and they're not talking to each other, and that group walks in and says, nope, not mine. You got to talk to that group, and you don't know who it is you're trying to find to talk to. So I actually am in support of the fact that this is going to go under you, Clint, and that you're going to have a better handle on it, so that we're not looking at, you know, so that when we build a school or we redesign a media center or whatever, you've got somebody in there making sure it's done correctly and it gets activated. You know, that a school's not waiting 4 weeks after the media center opened or 4 weeks after they move in and teachers still can't get their technology to work because nobody went behind the scenes and ran the wires to activate the ports. And I mean, I'll be honest with you, I learned how to activate ports because I got frustrated because nobody would do it because everybody wanted to point the finger. So I actually understand what he's looking for here, and in the long run it's going to be better for our teachers, because if they move into a room and the ports aren't working, they don't really know who's supposed to come activate the ports, and they may ask one person and they tell them it's not me, but they don't tell them who it is. So
Mr. Cologne?
So in recent months, professionally, we're undergoing a $110 million renovation. We've opened up a freestanding ED, and we're getting ready to open up another one in Port Orange. And one of the things that we do is we work with project managers and analysts who are separate to the everyday work, so that they can work on projects, so that they can work on thinking how many units we need, you know, the server closets, the fiber optic, the cable, all of that things. Because while I appreciate what you said, Ms. Cuthbert, and I think that's very true, the absence of having that person dedicated to, you know, the $60 million we're getting ready to drop into Deltona Middle, somebody has to figure out all the network drops, where they need to be, what makes sense, so that 3 years down the line, we're not arguing what kind of AC chiller or no chiller should we be putting in place. And so, one, not having an owner from a technology standpoint, I believe, puts our projects at more harm and more waste, because that person is focused on these projects, not the everyday, you know. And so there's a distinction between a project, someone who works on projects, and someone who's picking up the phone every day. Now, this position's really interesting because it takes 2 departments and puts them together. And my guess is, Greg, you've never really had that support. It was always, okay, a meeting to have another meeting. Whereas if you could marry the 2 together, there's a better control of what's going on. You know, dealing with the contractors. If I'm worried about being a USA, I can't deal with the 64 contractors who don't want to show up to fix the video cameras because they're not working, or the security cameras or the doors. You know, everything is so automated right now that to not have a dedicated person, I believe, would cost us. And so, you know, I deal with this every single day as we're planning, you know, 4 new stories in our building. I mean, this, you know, with this, all these conversations, we're already naming the computers that are going to be in each of those rooms. We already know what the name's going to be, how many, you know, switches we need. Can we expand? I mean, that all has to be one person who's doing that, because you can't be wrapped up in the everyday business and be successful. So I'm supportive of this.
Mr. Persis?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, this is a position that has been long overdue. We need that bridge between our facilities department and our technology department. We can't expect our USAs to do everything, and even though we could use more USAs, we desperately need this person too. And eventually, let's hope that we'll be able to hire more USAs down the road. But I am in full support of this and appreciate Mr. Griffin coming up with this, because it's desperately needed. Thank you.
Thank you. I won't add to that. I agree. Understanding project management, IT is the quickest place to lose a whole lot of money if nobody's responsible or in control. So now we have 2 people we can hold accountable.
Madam Chair?
Yes?
I'm not discounting a project manager. I perfectly understand what a project manager is and does. What I'm trying to say, if he promotes a USA into this position, there's not going to be 2 or 3. There's going to be an additional vacancy at the USA position. So all I'm saying is we need the USAs first. Then we can go to this position. So either speed it up or recruit USAs. That's all I'm asking, is I feel the need is for the base level first. That's all.
But I believe, are you not interviewing for USAs?
We are this week, so if the timetables are going to stand, we should hire both of those USAs, because this is just the job description. This isn't even the posting yet for this position, so unless we just don't find anybody, which I believe we will, but you know, I will take that feedback and for sure make that happen. I will make sure that the 2 USAs are hired before we post this position.
Okay, so.
Okay.
May I say?
Any other discussion? Yes.
I'm sorry. Mrs. Cuthbert, here's the thing. It's not, okay, when you're interviewing for technology positions, you can interview people from within, but if they don't have the background or knowledge, just because they work within doesn't mean you can give them that position and they'll be successful, all right? So if you actually take one of our USA Level 1 job descriptions and read it and lay it next to this, which is what I would encourage, like ask Mr. West to send them over to you so you can lay them. Just because they've been a USA 1 and even a great one for 20-some years does not necessarily mean that they have the background knowledge to do this, because what we're really talking about is all of the things that Ruben was sharing, you know, and how many trays do you need to put into that server hub, and where do those wires need to be run, and how do they get activated? Because I will tell you, we have great USAs, but we opened Pearson Elementary and not a single port, and there were lots of ports put in every room, not a single one of them was active. So no technology was working on that campus. And everybody just threw up their hands and said, it's not my problem. And I took my team out there so that we could try to figure out what it was. But I had people with master's degrees in technology, okay, that then figured out what it was, and they did the work, even though that was not what was their job description. But we've got great people, but if they don't, the problem is we've promoted sometimes in the past, and we may have someone just with a high school diploma sitting in a very high-level job that doesn't have the skills that they need, and then that's why we end up in the mess that we're in. So I hear you, and I'm all for USAs. Because the Title I USAs now fall under him too, and he's utilizing their services, and they've got bachelor's and master's degrees in technology, but you've got to have somebody to make sure this is all wired correctly and that it works, because just wiring it, if it doesn't work, then it's hurting the teachers. The teachers at Pearson couldn't get any of their technology up and running, and it wasn't a USA that could fix it, so.
Any other comments? You did give your recommendation. So if no other comments, I'll call for the vote. Mr. Ruben Colon?
Yay.
Ms. Jamie Haynes?
Yay.
Mr. Carl Persis?
Yay!
Ms. Linda Cuthbert?
No.
Ida Wright, yes. The motion passed 4-1. Moving to item 1803, teacher salary increase allocation. Superintendent Vagabond?
Yes, Madam Chair. I call on Mr. West, our Chief Human Resource Officer, as well as Ms. Deb Muller, our Chief Financial Officer. They will be leading with us tonight a discussion in seeking your direction regarding teacher salary increase allocation.
Good evening, Madam Chair, board members, and Dr. B again. This is actually was a placeholder somewhat on the agenda for tonight, but because there's no board action that's required, we're going to give you a quick update on the teacher salary increase allocation. As you know, House Bill 641 and 5001 created a new FEFP allocation during the 2020 legislative session. The $500 million allocated statewide for this initiative set aside $400 million, or 80% of the allocation, to prioritize increasing teachers' minimum base salary. The governor and the legislature's statewide goal is to increase the minimum base salary to $47,500, or the maximum achievable based on each district's allocation. That is the key language there. The majority of districts, including Volusia, have not received enough funding to increase their base salaries to $47,500. Volusia's total allocation is $10.4 million, of which $425,000 was allocated to district charter schools, and then the remaining $10 million must be divided 80% and 20%. Approximately $8 million, including salaries and benefits, will be used to increase the minimum base salary in Volusia County as high as possible towards the $47,500. The remaining $2 million, including the salaries and benefits, will be negotiated with VIEW in an upcoming session scheduled for early October. Once an agreement is reached, a board-approved plan, which again, we would bring that to you for approval, and then it would be submitted to DOE prior to us receiving any funding. So the funding is allocated in our FEFP, but we will not receive it until we submit to DOE and have it approved by them. The first deadline was is October 1st to submit the districts and charters board-approved salary distribution plans. If we had reached agreement with our unions, the majority of districts are unable to meet this deadline due to negotiations on reopening plans related to COVID-19, which I don't believe that the legislature anticipated us doing this year. So we just must communicate with DOE where we're at on this plan. And then by December 1st, we would submit our plan and also our preliminary detailed teacher salary increase allocation expenditure report to DOE, which they just released this past week. Charters will also be included at that time. And then by August 1st of 2021, the district will submit theirs and the charter's final teacher salary increase allocation expenditures report to DOE. there any questions?
Are there any questions?
Again, we are,
I do. So, a lot of folks have been asking, where's the money? Do we have this money yet? Is it budgeted? Have we received it and we're holding on to it? Well, how does that work?
no, that's what I had stated, that although it's allocated by by DOE in our FEFP, we will not receive it until after DOE approves our board-approved plans. So we have to submit those, have them approved, and then we would receive the money. DOE would release it to us. So we haven't received any of that funding.
So 80% of it is to raise the minimum starting salary, and then 20% of it, and this is by statute, so 20% of it is for all other employees who are greater than the 47.5?
They are greater than whatever minimum base salary we can achieve. So the first step is to take the 80% and allocate that, look at all of our teachers that are under 47.5, and then distribute the money as best we can to reach that 47.5. The majority of districts are not anywhere near 47.5 to begin with and will not achieve that. There are only a few districts that we're aware of that will be able to do that.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Are you able to tell us how much we have for 80%, how much we have for 20? Have you been able to figure that out yet?
We have $8 million for the 80%. That includes benefits. The district, similar to teacher lead, when DOE had allocated the teacher lead money, we can include the FICA and FRS that the district must contribute in that money. So the 10 million is total, or the 8 million total for the 80%.
Thank you.
Anything else, Ms. Cuthbert?
No, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Okay,
Thank you,
Mr.
Madam Chair.
Persis?
No, ma'am, I'm just thinking we ought to be grateful that the legislative session ended when it did. If it was a regular year, they had gone on to April or May, they probably wouldn't have passed this allocation to raise the teacher salary. And I'm just so glad that they did. It's just such a long time in coming. I only wish it was more and we could pay all of our teachers more. But hey, I'm grateful for what we have, and I'm sure we'll use it and disperse it in the fairest and best way possible.
Thank you. Ms. Haynes?
Do you have, by chance, the number of teachers that are under the possible amount we can get to that we're looking at that we've got to move?
We would have somewhere in the neighborhood of 2,000, a little bit over 2,000. We're pretty much split down the middle between teachers that are over and under.
Okay. And I appreciate you clarifying that you have not received the money yet, so we've got to submit a plan in order to get it. And when I reviewed the piece of legislation, though, it kind of defines what, teachers it's looking at for the money. And, my personal feeling is I'd like all instructional staff to be included without any differences between them. But am I accurate that it talks about what you should do with the money?
Well, the 80% only addresses classroom teachers as defined in statute. So those are the teachers that we have to apply that to first with the 80%. The only way that you could use any part of the 80% is if you were able to meet the 47,500 minimum for all your teachers, and if you had extra left over, then you could start applying that along with the 20% to those other teachers. Similar to the same language that was used in Best and Brightest when they excluded the non-classroom teachers. It also only addresses full-time classroom teachers. So anyone over 47.5 or whatever salary we reach is plus the non-classroom teachers and any part-time teachers would be addressed in the 20%.
Thank you. That's all, Mrs.
Go ahead,
When
Mr.
we
Colon.
went to Tallahassee to advocate, one of the things we really spoke a lot to them about was, what about the veteran teachers? What about the teachers who are left out of the equation, for example? And please, this is new to my world. Librarians are typically don't have a roster. Speech therapists, I believe, fall under instructional as well. So they're usually excluded from all of that. They would not be included in the 80% if they are not at whatever the, amount we end up at is, so they would not be included.
Correct.
So can they be included in the 20%?
Yes. Anybody who is a teacher, you mentioned a media specialist, a speech pathologist, all those positions would be included in the 20%. If they're a teacher covered under the VIEW bargaining unit, then yes, they are eligible for that 20% if they're not a classroom teacher under the law within the definition.
Who else other than, I could only think of those two. So who else would be covered under the 20 that otherwise,
Counselors.
Counselor, that's right, counselors.
Anyone who is,
academic coaches,
academic
intervention
coaches,
teachers.
social
They don't even
workers.
count on the 80
Teachers under
academic
assignment.
coaches?
No.
Wow.
Have to be
And,
classroom, full-time classroom teachers.
This is, we don't say no to the state. Anytime they want to give us money, we'll take it. But it's just, and I didn't think of the academic coaches because they're teachers. We're in a real, that's going to be
Intervention teachers. The list goes on, and that's why, we were up there. We talked to 8 different senators and House of Representatives. We told them how we felt. We told them we wanted all teachers included, and we told them we wanted them to allocate a larger portion. Because when it started, they weren't even going to allocate a portion.
They didn't even know.
Yeah, there was no portion
They didn't
going to
even know.
anybody other than the group to raise. I'm like Mr. Persis. I am so thankful that this did not get pulled and that they followed through on it, because it's been a long time coming that anybody put money towards teacher salaries right off the top without it being, we'll figure it out within your budget. But I personally feel that we should not leave anybody behind. And I understand what the statute says, and we have to follow the statute. But, I don't want an academic coach, an intervention teacher, a speech pathologist, a media teacher. I don't, art, music, PE, whatever. I don't want any of those individuals left behind just because they put just, the core classroom teachers. So, what I'm really saying is I don't want one of them, if, they're 2 years in, left down here while everybody that's a classroom teacher goes up here. Because then, those people are needed in those job roles and they do a great job, but I don't want them to say, hey, I'm not going to do that job and I'll go back to teaching, Algebra 1, or I'll go back to teaching 3rd grade, because then that way my salary gets raised. I think we need to figure out or make a commitment that we'll bring everybody up to wherever you can get them to. And then, whatever's left, which, that's hard for me to say for those that have been here dedicated, but it's at least a step in the right direction. And so I do appreciate you coming and sharing the information with us, but I don't want anybody left behind.
Just
Go ahead.
a comment. The Best and Brightest left all of them behind.
Did.
And we all thought that was a travesty then. And they also hold teaching certificates, You know, if you have a teaching certificate, you should be able to benefit. Because after all, they still have to have evaluations. They still have to have their certifications. They still have to do everything. They have lesson plans. They still all have to do the exact same thing other teachers do. So thank you very much. Thank you for waiting as long as you did to present. Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Cologne? Anything else, Mr. Persis?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you for your presentation. And you will be meeting, your next step is to meet with VIEW?
Yes, that's
And
correct.
do you all have a date yet on?
We do.
Yes, tentative, this October 6th, tentatively, yes.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving to 19.01, public participation. My first person is Megan Queen. Okay. My next person is Miss Elizabeth Albert.
Good evening again, Madam Chair, board members, Dr. Balgobin, members of the audience. So I'm kind of glad there was a span of time between when I decided to speak to you again, because it was after the social media policy was read. And so I have to tell you, in all honesty, I was a little bit heated up after I heard some of the comments that were made, and I want to just put some things out there. We teach an ethics class at VIEW, and all of our new teachers run through that ethics class, and we talk to them about the ethical obligation that they have to hold themselves to a higher standard. And we do talk about social media, and we talk about all of those things. But what I also want to talk about is what I heard here while I was waiting to come back and address you. And I feel like we've turned the corner, and I feel like we've turned the corner in a good way. And it's because we've had conversations. And tonight, we've had a lot of conversation about Volusia Live, which really was, if we all want to be honest, at the base of a lot of the angst that was out there. And it's great that we've gotten to a place where we're going to make some changes and find solutions, because people are absolutely hurting, and we're doing the right thing now. But it's not lost on me, nor all of the people that are texting me, to say, why didn't they just listen to us? We were telling them these things. And it's about being heard, and it's about communicating. And unfortunately, we had to get to a point where social media cranked up in order for folks to feel that they were being heard, rightly or wrongly. That's what it took, and that's the message, and that's what people have taken away from this. And so there were some comments that were made about controlling the image of the district, but it's not about control. That's part of the problem. If the mindset and the vision and the mentality is about control, controlling image, controlling narrative, controlling who speaks to whom, we're going to stay in this place. But if we talk about collaboration and we listen to each other and we communicate well, we can move in a different and a positive direction. That's what we're asking for. So I would ask you, with this policy, what metrics are you using to define the standards? What protocols or standards or policies are being developed around this? Or are we just going to wing it? If we do that, it becomes very subjective. And I think we're going to get into a place where we don't want to be. And as far as the ability for members of the union to speak, when I, as the VIEW president, or something is put out on our website, that is covered under a whole different set of standards and rules. So there's that. Just because you don't necessarily like the message, it doesn't mean that the message is wrong. And I'll go back to the conversation that I had a minute ago about teachers talking about Volusia Live before it was rolled out. The inability to simultaneously teach two groups with any kind of proficiency. We've had this conversation before, so I'll end with this. My hope is that this board, is this board only entertaining this because the district hasn't been transparent and has worked hard to keep secrets? The lack of communication has created tension and frustration, and instead of creating a punitive and intimidating policy, why not focus on building trust through honesty and transparency?
Okay, Ms. Albert, you got 1 second. Go quickly. Go ahead.
Thank you.
You got your last sentence?
Ending on honesty and transparency is the best way. Thank you.
Thank you. That was all the cards, Ms. Okay. Moving to item 20.01. Board members, any comments? Go ahead, Ms. Haynes.
I need to pull it up to make sure I say it correctly. I had the opportunity earlier today to go over to Holly Hill or Holly Hill School, along with Dr. Balgobin, and Mr. West was there, and the Futures group, and we had the honor to give Miss Josie Stumpf another award. She received the Invested in Excellence Award. That's sponsored also by Florida Power and Light, and yesterday they did a live thing, so that's how she found out. But today we actually got to go there, and she received the plaque and a $1,000 check. And she, what was really neat was her school had put together a short video of just all of the different things that she does, and they also interviewed kids and teachers that talked about the difference that she made in their lives, or why they loved being in her class and things like that. And so it was really nice, and it was a great opportunity. And they, at the same time, were celebrating Hispanic Heritage Month, and they had a churro food truck there. So we all, well, okay, Ruben will say it correctly.
Churro.
Okay, and we all got to enjoy that, which was also very nice. But they did, Mr. Watson, along with his administrative team and Futures and everyone, did a wonderful job. And it was so nice to see her receive this award today. She's so positive, and she's worked really hard, I know, even all summer, just coming up with different things and encouraging teachers. And I just love her encouraging spirit and how she shares ideas with everybody so that, we can all work together. And that was just, it was a wonderful opportunity to participate in that. But thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Go ahead.
I want to congratulate all of our Teacher of the Year winners. They are slowly coming out. We'll be at a school. This morning, I was invited to Sunrise, where we surprised the Teacher of the Year, and I am looking forward to tomorrow morning being somewhere else. We'll leave it a mystery, to also congratulate congratulations to all the nominees. And going back to what Elizabeth said, it's going to take us all working together, and we'll either all work together or we'll all go down together. Yeah. And I'm all about let's work together. So, that's all.
Mr. Persis?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I just want to give a big shout out again to Dr. Balgobin. Great job that you are doing, and all of the cabinet members, district staff, principals, everybody, teachers, everyone's working so hard, and I know we're facing enormous challenges each and every day, and we're for the most part, we're like solving them too. So I'm just really proud of that tremendous effort that's out there in our Volusia County schools every single day. It's just phenomenal what our employees are doing to help our students and their parents. So just wanted to make sure I said that. And also, Jamie Haynes, thank you for being at the Holly Hill today. Of course, I couldn't get there, but yeah, Josie Stumpf is something else. So I'm so glad that you got to be there and see some of that magic. So thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. Ms. Cuthbert?
No, due to time,
Can I put in one plug for something, please? Okay, so everybody listening out there, the fair got canceled for this year. However, with the fair being canceled, they are still doing a livestock show and sale, but it's modified. So if you in the past have purchased a cow, a hog, or a goat, or lamb, and you are still interested this year, don't let the fact that the fair got canceled deter you. Please go to the Volusia County Fair website and register, because we have kids out there that have been raising these animals all year in anticipation for this show. and to be able to sell these animals, and we do not want these kids to be out the money. We want them to be able to still sell all their livestock. I'm fortunate that I have a brother that buys a couple every year, so I kind of get to enjoy that. But please go to the Volusia County Fair website, sign up for your invitation, because that's the only way you can get in to be able to purchase this year, and go purchase one of the animals that the kids are going to show. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Doran?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be very quick. Back on at the last meeting on September 8th, you all considered a draft resolution. You ended up voting on the issues and approving them, so and directing me to clean up the language in accordance with your wishes. I have circulated that with everyone by email and also provided a hard copy here tonight. What I'm looking for is a motion to approve the approve resolution number 2020-30 as presented, and then we can get some signatures.
Thank you. You've heard from our attorney. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve resolution number 2020-30.
Is there a second?
Second.
The motion has been properly moved and second. Any discussion?
Thank you for making the changes. I kept my original draft, and you did everything we asked you to do, so thank you so much.
Oh, good.
Any other discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. Mr. Ruben Colon?
Yay.
Ms. Jamie Haynes?
Yay.
Mr. Carl Persis?
Yay.
Ms. Linda Cuthbert?
Yes.
And Ida Wright? Yay. And the motion passed unanimously. Anything else, Mr. Doran?
No, just please don't race out of here until you sign this.
Thank you. Dr. Balgobin, anything?
No, I just want to thank the board, Madam Chair, all of our guests that are here tonight. It's 11:05. It's not 2:30.
It's a record.
I'm sorry?
It's a record.
So thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, board. And congratulations to Josie Stump once again. I will share this with you. She's a true leader in her field. So congratulations, Josie.
Thank you. This meeting is adjourned.